Morning, everyone. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Viru just popping in here, guys, too. Morning, guys, everybody. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Little test. Okay, YouTubers, you guys can hear me, I think. All right, everybody. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Wednesday, September the 7th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator, Trading Room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me and see my screen. That'll help. Thank you, guys. So just as I'm opening the room, Veru is popping up here, guys. VERU popping up. Let's see if there's any specific news. Don't see any specific news. Virus play. Don't see any specific news though. Just searching my headlines. Now they're going to be presenting at the Wainwright conference, I think in mid-September. But other than that, I don't see any other news. So guys, quite a bit happening actually this morning. IMRA asset sale. Big pop up for it, 37%, 5 million shares. Boy, Vero is just trying to see if there's anything hitting right now. This is a virus play. Boy, it's going crazy right now, guys. VERU. Just checking to see if there's anything. You guys see any news about Veru? VERU? I don't see anything. BIAF, recent IPO from last week. A little bit of activity this morning. I don't know if this is just a rehash. They're just announcing the closing of the deal, the financing, or the IPO. But anyway, it is up 24%. AdCon on 10/6. Okay, so it's figs. Okay, so yeah, I got the teaser email from Spruce last night. Is that who they're hitting? I don't see it yet. Spruce is hitting figs. No reaction yet. No big reaction anyway. Boy, look at Viru. Holy smokes, guys. This is just rippage here. Thank you, Rob. Okay, so they are hitting fig. Z. Or no reaction. I mean, a little bit, 3%, but not a huge reaction. EQNR, so these pipelines, this is Norway, these pipelines are getting hit. This one, EQNR, there's another one that I noticed also. Now, this could be an interesting one. You know, we're going to be cheering, of course, for any company that's trying to come up with something to do with Alzheimer's. So BIVI, this is phase 2, and I put in quotes, promising reactions to their phase 2. So through the 200-day moving average, there's BIVI, very, very low float. So it's holding in the pre-market, BIVI. The relative volume doesn't work in the pre-market trading, student, okay? If you have relative volume in the pre-market in any one of your scans, you'll get no data. COUP, I think it's an earnings play. It is an earnings play. Nice pop up for it. BPTS is a virus play. BPTS is a virus play. Still at 24%. Saidu, yeah, somebody was just mentioning Saidu just before. Yeah, look at this one. Oh, man, SADU. Launch agreements with SpaceX. Okay. Probably a low float. Yeah, 6.8 million in the float. I mean, this has still got some room, a little bit of room anyway, up to that 5 level, 470 to 5. What's the next high looking left? Yeah, it's so that the next high was 410. So it's sitting at 413 right now. So the next high on the daily chart is 468 and then 504. So it still has some room. Almost looks like it's halted, but it's not, but it wasn't trading very much. And Avaya continues. It's just, I cannot believe it. Every day you think, well, can you have another day? Can it have another day? And the answer has always been yes, and 60 cents, 55 cents. My goodness, 55 cents 3 weeks ago, 229 now. You would think it's coming into resistance, right? Around that 250 mark. ASO is another earnings play. ASO is another earnings play. Nice gap up for it, 6%. QNRX. QNRX. You know, I've seen them. I don't know how popular they are or how much weight they have. Alliance Global put a $20 price target on them. QNRX, $20 price target. INM, so I think this is the first day of its reverse split. It's a 1 for 15 reverse split, but it is popping. I don't see any news on it. Sometimes what they'll do is they'll do a reverse split and then try the day of to put some news out. I don't see any specific news. So that is so the 1 for 15 reverse split is in effect today, but it is up 20%. NIO is an earnings play, EV out of China, of course, and weak, not crazy weak, but definitely weak. NIO. PYCR, PYCR, financing at 27.50, so it's a little bit below the financing price of 27.50 at 27 right now. PATH is an earnings play, PATH is an earnings play. And the IPO that was supposed to potentially be today has been postponed. The JUNS postponed till next Wednesday. So we might have a couple on Friday, unless they get postponed also. And Bed Bath and Beyond continues to sink here, guys. AMC, well, the memers, right now anyway, dead in the water. Look at this. I mean, AMC just drifting down. GME, I think, still under 25. I mentioned 25 because that's old 100. Pre-forward split. So this one is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, SIDU. What a pop though. Wow. I mean, from 270 to 417 or so. So let's take a look at FIGs to see if there's any real reaction to Spruce. little bit of a reaction. Not, I wouldn't call that crazy. So here is the news that I see now hitting Benzinga, not Benzinga, Interactive Brokers. Hit at 9,902. Now, didn't Figs, is this the one that that guy put a lot of money in? I can't remember if this is the one or this is the one that Goldman put an 18 or $19 price target on. I just can't remember. It was last week. So Figs, Zach, is that the one? Is Figs the one that the guy put a lot of money in? Or okay, that's the one. So it was the other one that Goldman had a $19 price target. Okay. Barron, right? Rob Barron, is that the guy's name? Who put some money into it? Yeah, 100 million. Yeah, wow. Well, Rob Barron. I don't know if you guys a robber baron. Never mind. Maybe look it up, guys. What a robber baron is. Anyway. All right, it is 9/11, and that means I'm going to check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades from briefing.com this morning, see how active the analysts are. I got back to work yesterday, certainly, after a couple of weeks of hardly any upgrades or downgrades. And wow, they're back at it. Hardly any today. I see Pins, guys. Pins is actually having a nice day, not a bad day. See, it has an upgrade. Ah, Netflix upgrade. And now for the downgrades. Let's see what they've got. All right. Path has three downgrades that I can see. Of course, it's an earnings play. There could be more out there, but this is from briefing.com. So it's got three downgrades that I can see. Ron. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought his name was Rob Barron. Okay, my mistake. Okay. So it's not quite a robber baron. Well, keep an eye on Path, guys. Now with multiple downgrades, it's already been hit hard, of course, on earnings. So down 17%. In the market, we are in for another week open. Not horrible, but weak. Definitely a week open. These days, guys, when we were moving up every day, it seemed. And then the last 2 weeks, Getty. Haven't seen Getty for a while. Okay, yeah. I remember seeing it way up here at 1836. Big pullback right down to 15. So forget that one. CL. Let's take a look at CL. You guys are talking about CL. Yeah, that news is hitting Interactive Brokers also regarding CFVI. So I did see that they've extended the deadline for the shareholders for on this DWAC. Am I correct? I could have sworn. Yeah, I see confirms adjournment of the special meeting of stockholders to provide additional time to approve the extension of initial business combination deadline. That was that was just before the market closed yesterday. Is what I'm talking about right there. Okay, so that timestamp for me anyway is 3:53 yesterday before the market closed. Yeah, I don't see a financing for IC. I don't see one. Just looking, you're right. Typically, not typically, but I see something like this, a little bit of a move down. A lot of times that could be a financing is imminent. Too bad. The BIVI is starting to fall now. BIVI is starting to fall. Well, with that float, 1.4 million in the float, 1.5 million in the float, starting to fall a little bit. Not horrible. Love to see it hold. Let that news, let that press release get people's attention. So this is it. This is phase two. Positive top line results for Alzheimer's candidate. This is phase two. This one I saw was moving up on a no volume. GKOS moving up on absolutely no volume. Another one positive top line phase two. Sorry, for phase three, but no volume yet. Only 1,800 shares, and that is for GKOS. What was the trigger for BTU? I know it was above it, way above it yesterday. Oh, it might be below it now, right? And when I say the trigger, I dig out my paper from yesterday. I probably should have it. 2476, 2476. So it's right at the, yeah, 2476. So when the email came out yesterday, this is the trade of the week, but the trigger was 2476, but look what it was doing in the pre-market. It was way above that, but now it's right there. So see what happens now. It is pulled back to the target. And of course, I offered no advice on how to trade it. If you want to trade it, it's up to you. You must have a trading plan. Got an email too, about a trading plan and why do I always talk about that? And also, why don't I tell people what to buy and sell? First of all, one of the reasons, well, number one, I'm not a financial advisor. Number two, if I said, you know what, guys, you should, this BIVI looks really good, I would buy it right here. Okay. I I wouldn't mind doing that if I knew people had a trading plan. The problem is they're listening to me and they might think I know what I'm talking about. Okay, and sure, I mean I have an idea that maybe I'm just using this as an example that this could be something good, But as always, if I take this trade, I will have a stop. I cannot be guaranteed that people will understand what a stop is, so that with their trading plan, they take the trade and they take way too many shares. They have no stop and they get destroyed. Okay, so I have to be so careful. That's one of the reasons why I don't do it. All I can do is say, guys, I'm looking at this. This is an interesting level. If you nodding your head and go, yeah, I see what the guy's looking at. You've got to have a trading plan, though. You've got to have some kind of a stop. Not every trade's going to work. So that is the reason. I know people get mad. Why don't you tell me what to buy and sell? I mean, I'd love to be able to do that. If well, I probably still wouldn't do it because again, I'm not a financial advisor. But again, I don't want to beat it to death. But people don't have trading plans. They just think, okay, the guy's saying to buy it. I'll buy 5,000 shares of this, and they have no stop whatsoever. So anyway, off my soapbox again, guys. All right, 921. Let me take a look at the sectors and see what's happening. I'm going to click on new, then dock channel bar, show more, and we go to the sectors. So we are actually the market is basically flat. So look at energy, guys. So if you don't know what you're looking at right here, these are the major sectors. So here's XLE, that's a major ETF for energy. These stocks make up XLE. So when you see 100% in red, what that means is every single stock that makes up XLE is down from yesterday's close. Okay, down from yesterday's close. So when you start scanning the other sectors, taking a look, there is really no positive sector other than utilities again. Again, utilities, kind of a defense, I call them defense stocks. I don't just call them defense stocks. The market calls them defense stocks, not defense contractors, etc., but sort of a flight to, a lot of these utilities have dividends, etc. So, but right now there is, other than that, there is no real positive sector, but there certainly is a negative one, and that is energy. Now, this could turn around. If I look at this at around 10:15, if I remember, and we look at it change from the open. So stocks could be still down from yesterday's close, but from today's first trade, they could be up. ASO, guys, is still, I hear it. So let's be making a new high. ASO earnings play. Now, with the way this market has been, my bias certainly would be to maybe, especially if it gets closer and closer to 46, to be maybe looking at a short, depending if the market sells off. How about path? Let's take a look at path now to see if those multiple downgrades are starting to affect it at all. Not quite. I mean, this is an all-time low right now, guys. I mean, don't not counting what happened in the pre-market. This is an all-time low. Yeah, Pins is having a nice day. Pins had an upgrade. PINS had an upgrade. Now, again, another one I'd be looking to short, maybe, I mean, coming right into a big, what I consider a big resistance area between its current price and 24. All right, I'm just looking at Tupperware from yesterday. The fabulous, basically all day short for Tupperware. Yeah, I mean it's still weak, guys. I mean it's trying. It's up 1%, up 8 cents from yesterday's close. Um, I mean the next area is down here, 744 right now. Looks like there's support around 780, so there may not be enough room. But what an awesome short this was yesterday, and basically all day. You look at the way it traded. I mean, hardly any uptick whatsoever all day long from $11 all the way down to 740. So let's see if we can find another one like that today. All right, you're saying that that was the reason. Why is this guy a pariah? Like why? That's got to be I mean, if that's truly the reason, Zach, that's got to be a tremendous blow to your ego. You get hired and the stock tanks. It's like when I see CEOs getting turfed out and the stock explodes higher. How would you feel? All right, let's see if there's anything else sneaking in. This S Pro, big day yesterday, had a big pullback. It's up 11%. It's because it pulled back, get down to about $1. Oh yeah, we see that happen, John. CEO gets turfed and the stock explodes. Everybody's cheering. The 10-day daily breakdown. I can't remember. That's not where I saw it first, of course. The Tupperware. I can't remember where. I mean, it obviously some filter didn't allow it to come in yesterday. I don't know what that filter was. Yeah, I don't know what it would have been. I mean, it's possible the relative volume was under 8. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I could do a history, I suppose, but because otherwise, yeah, I would have thought the Tupperware would have showed up on the 10-day daily breakdown. But all right, guys, I think there is less than a minute to the open. My buddy William has not alerted me. So, guys, about 30 seconds, a little more than 30 seconds to this open. Let's have a great trading day. And I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes, try to let things settle down a little bit. Keep an eye on this figs with that spruce point. Just give me a moment. All right, guys, we are now open. And the races are starting. And the market is kind of just flat, really. Nothing, no massive gap down yet. Yet. Yeah, INM did a reverse split, a 1 for 15 reverse split, and yeah, I mean it and no news either. A lot of times, what they'll try to do is have the reverse split and maybe have an announcement immediately. So this is a pretty decent reaction to the reverse split. Well, AMC guys continues to fall here. AMC now under 8. Now, got to watch this path with the multiple downgrades. I mean, it's already down a lot. I get it, 20%, but also had multiple downgrades this morning. Had to pop off that 12 level. What I'm going to do is stick an alert down here around 1191 and see if it takes that out. Ah, BIVI, no bueno, guys. Not going to do it, I don't think. BIVI, not going to do it. Boy, look at a lot of energy plays, guys. A lot of energy plays are moving down. You guys are talking about cold, so I'm assuming gas prices are falling. All right, guys, PIN is coming into a very important level, up that 24 level. I mean, it's had an upgrade this morning, PINS. I find it hard to believe it's going to take this 24 level out, but we'll just have to see. It's still early. Okay, IC after dropping quite a bit has had a bit of a pop now, guys. Got all the way down to 14 and a pop up almost back up to 15. So Snap and PINS are on the move here. What's the next high looking left for Snap? 1128 and then 1178. So it's got a little bit of room if it can get through that 1128. I just have my doubts that these things are going to continue in the face of this market again. Unless the market puts on a, unless the market really starts to rally a bit. TKC, boy, I haven't seen this one for a while. This is Turkish stock through the 200-day moving average, 327. Pretty big float, 336 million in the float. If there's any specific news on it, don't see any specific news. Boy, XLE, take a look at XLE. I'm sure this is a bit of a swoon here. Okay, so DWAC guys, again, they've, I guess, a stay of execution, we say, okay? So an extension of the business combination deadline. It was supposed to be over yesterday. Terrible spread, 22.29, 22.94. So boy, just a real sell-off here in energy, guys. I'm going to try to keep an eye on this one again. This is one I shorted yesterday. Got kind of flat, lost a little bit. Still love it because of what's underneath. You look left, lots of room. Just had really no volume yesterday. Obviously, no volume yet for CPS. Ooh, so it got halted, it popped, and then it came right back down. So it got halted on the way down, I guess. ATXG. EPOW from yesterday. Okay, EPOW from yesterday just got halted on the way up. Hit 451 yesterday, so ooh, ACVA. Looks like there's a little bit of resistance around that 930 mark. Boy, if we can get through 930, this one's got some room. Not a low float, 108 million in the float. Yeah, maybe we're gonna have a rally, a bit of a rally for a while today with the SPY. Look at TUP, TUP. Even TUP is rallying. Okay, guys, BIAF, highly risky, of course, 2 million in the float. Recent IPO got up to 15 something or other and on the move a bit. This is it's a little bit, well, not it's not going to have the same probably move as this SHPH did yesterday. Boy, these energy plays. I don't think that was shortable for me, the SIDU. Don't think it was shortable. No. HOG isn't, no, I'm sorry, I thought it was an earnings play. Is not an earnings play. Starting to move a little bit here. A lot of stocks are going to look like this, because most stocks had this big downturn. And then, yeah, a little bit of an upturn today, but then coming into resistance. So I don't see a lot of clean breaks. Not yet, anyway. Clean break, meaning if I look left, there's still a ton of room before it hits the next high. Yeah, so far we still have, well, I have 15-minute candles, of course. So, boy, energy, guys, just energy is getting whacked here. Deep freight, well, this is deep freight transportation, DHT. Well, look at top, boy, what a pop. TUP, what a pop. I mean, this has a chance, I guess. I mean, if you look at this, There's a gap. Okay, earnings play ASO. However, I mean, I just look here and I see, between its current price and 47 could be a lot of resistance, but maybe not. I mean, it's an earnings play. Yeah, forget monkeypox. APDN. No, it's an earnings, not an earnings play. I'm sorry. It's a sitting right on the 200-day moving average now, APDN, and this is shortable for me. Too bad. It's actually kind of cheering this BIVI on. I was hoping it might hold its level and really start to move, but it doesn't look like it. It's not. Oh, it is. What? Okay. So there's been some short covering at Interactive Brokers. 1,800 shares available right now. Now there's a 200-day moving average that could support it. So I can see there is some short covering. It's pretty cool, guys. Remember, I just said there was 1.8 shares. Now there's 2,200. So this is real time. This is Interactive Brokers, but this is just telling me there's a little bit of short covering happening within Interactive Brokers. All right, guys, I think Snap's at a pretty crucial level. 1128 is the next high looking left. That's yesterday. So it's right there. If it can really take that out, then the next highs are 1178. So there is some room for Snap. Especially if the market continues like this, okay? Yeah, I mean, I know, broken record, guys, but with a lot of stocks that I'm seeing right now that are having a pop day, but they're coming, look like they're coming right into resistance. Hard for me to get behind the ones that I'm seeing that are showing up. I mean, there's plug. I mean, look at all the stuff it's got to get through. Well, look at VBTX. VBTX. Next low is 27. Maybe a little too close. Yeah, not a good spread. Not a lot of volume. Well, volume's picking up. Talking about the VBTX. Okay, so Path with all those downgrades hasn't really budged that much. PATH. Just give me a moment. Wow, yeah, that really popped, didn't it? EPOW. So it got right up to yesterday's high, right? 448, 451. So it basically got right up to yesterday's high, the EPOW, EPOW. Well, every dog has its day. Even Bed Bath and Beyond is having a little bit of a pop. BBBY having a little bit of a pop. Ah, son of a gun! I wanted to short this KHC, but I'm about 20 cents, 25 cents too late. I was looking at it, and because look, I mean, look left, 35.29. It's got about a dollar. I mean, you see what I'm saying? Look at SLQT, 127 right now. Imagine if all this that happened, the previous days weren't there. What if all this, when I say all this, from August 29th to today was underneath, all those candles were underneath, and then you look left and you had a shot to 190. Be awesome. Yeah, son of a gun. This looks like it's going to really. I'm just too late now. I'm 40 cents too late on it, or 30 cents too late on it. So yeah, so IMRA on an asset sale offloads its sickle cell candidate. Oops, these are showing up here. Oh, KHC is just really getting hit here. It's not an earnings play either. Whoa, look at ZYME. All-time low now for ZYME. Let's see if it takes out four. Wow, I mean, this is just getting hit. I don't think I saw this one yesterday at all, but hammered down yesterday. Okay, we did put in a green bar to start on a 15-minute chart for the SPY. We did put in one, and we've got a sliver of a green bar for our next 15-minute chart. So maybe we'll have a little bounce day or so. Keep an eye on the EPOW, guys. The longer this holds for, low float, 11.3 million in the float. Yeah, I mean, energy players are just getting crushed here. I gotta check something here. I mean, I know, guys, broken record, but look at Wolf. Look how beautiful it would be if it didn't have all this in front of it. Now, listen, if today is going to be a day in which the market rips, I have my doubts. A lot of stocks maybe just could maybe break through all of what I'm seeing as potential resistance, but okay, just keeping an eye on the races now. Just seeing stocks that have. So this S-Pro won a couple of races. It's very early, of course. AZRE. This is the one that got hammered over the last few days. Just absolutely hammered. This was a wonderful short this day. Trying to bounce back a little bit. All right, guys. We got a little flyer on this AZRE. Let's see if it holds for sure. Well, QNRX has got this wild $20 price target. So a little more expensive one. This has got a little bit of room, guys. GTLB, the next high looking left, not counting today's high, of course, is 51.98. So say 52. So the stock sitting at 49. So there's a $3 to the next high. Again, not counting today's high. Yeah, well, all those downgrades has not really affected this path yet. Good luck, DAC, on your IMRA. Almost at the pre-market high, 178. Wow, look at, yeah, BIVI. Yeah, so there is some short covering now. Now, let's see what happens here, guys. Right at that 200-day moving average, 342 for BIVI. Barely positive. I guess the 200-day looks like that's where it closed yesterday. Just go to my home page, Maxwell. I'll give you my home page link, and then go to the scan section, and it's the second. Well, I'll show you. Okay, so click on my homepage link and then go to the scan section. Go to the scan section, and here it is, the large cap gainers, second race, okay, from the top here. And there it is. Don't forget to save your work, guys. Well, Big has got some room, guys. BIG has got some room, 2386. Wow, it's got a lot of room, really, when you look at it. If this market continues to be somewhat positive, BIG, just look at the daily chart. The next high looking left is 2387. So what, we're talking about $1.50 or so to the next high. So there is one in which you don't have a lot of stuff in the way to the next high. And I'm not saying it's going to get there, but at least there's some room. But we need the market. I'm pretty sure you need the market on your side. It doesn't have to be ripping higher, but you certainly don't want to see a bunch of red bars. All right. Well, nice short by Zach on that Viru. Now it's gone negative. It's gone actually negative. Wow. And the next low looking left is okay. The next low looking left is 1322. So it's got some room to that next low. Okay, guys, again, if you're long anything, just be careful. That's a red bar that's forming right now, that second 15-minute candle. Looks like it's going to close red. So be careful. Yeah, look at this, guys. Red bar forming, second or third candle, red bar. Boy, what a sell-off for GME. Oh. Whoa, sugar. Took my eye off this one, the QNRX. Took my eye off it. So this is about the $20 price target. Man, it just got halted. QNRX just got halted. Shoot. Well, let's see. Where could it go? Let's see. The next high looking left is 6. After that, 7. After that, 22. Okay, so there's your $22 price target. Okay, guys, I'm out of the AZRE. For me, it was just kind of a scalp. So 411 to 425-ish. So, and with the market doing what it's doing, I just reluctant to keep anything long for very long, unless it has some great news, which this doesn't. This is just, sort of a bounce play. Boy, this is so weak. Look at G triple I, guys. G triple I right at 19. Looking left, there's not a lot. I have to back it out quite a bit probably to see where there was support, where there could be another low. We've got to go back to November of 2020 before we see lows like this. But even that's a low of 1747. So that's your next low looking left is 1747 for G triple I. Let's see if this takes out 19. Okay, Veru underneath 14. VERU underneath 14 now. And again, has some room. 1324 is the next low looking left. Is that right? 1312 is the next low looking left. Has some room down to the 13 level. And that is for the VERU. Just checking some of these early races, guys. Just very early, letting this top 10 list build throughout the day. And the QNRX still halted. Potential opening 485, 485. This is Interactive Brokers, okay? Nothing to do with trade ideas. This is blue screen. Nothing to do with trade ideas. This is Interactive Brokers. Your broker should have something very similar, time and sales. And this is the halt at 470, potentially opening around that well, now see how it changes, 490. And I guess it just opened. It just opened, guys, just opened. Keep an eye on the QNRX for a 5 break. I mean, if this breaks out over 5, that could get it running. It didn't really pop out of the halt, not much anyway. And well, not quite kaboom. Yeah, I'm going to do that sector status. Morning, real. Boy, keep an eye on QNRX if it pops through 5. Let me back this out again to see where there's some resistance. 609, let's see what else. 511 and 533. So, getting through 5, obviously pretty crucial. And then after that, if it can somehow do that, 609 is the next high. All right, let's quickly, boy, keep an eye on this QNRX, guys, if it takes out 5. All right, let's take a look at the sectors now in a different way. They changed from the open, see if there's anything that has really changed. Yeah, so at the very beginning, you could see, because I was talking about energy, but look at this now. I mean, not that energy is fabulous, but 75% now are above the open. So a lot of these stocks could still be below the close, but at least they're rallying from the open. Is there another? Communications, 90% are above the open. So obviously and you can tell the market's rallied a little bit. 100% of utilities above the open. I don't know if it's done, but I'm going to put an alert at 5:08 for QNRX and just see if it takes that out. Wow. I'm just amazed at this GME move. Wow. Still trying, guys. It's flirting with that 5 level, that QNRX, flirting with it. Risky, risky, risky. Look at the float, 4.2 million in the float. Very risky. And again, the only reason is because of this inflated price target that has been put on it. I have $20. All right, guys, again, I'm just kind of watching this QNRX. hovering around that 5 level. No shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. Not immediately anyway. They'd have to search, and I just don't do that. So look at the volume, 15 million, 4 million in the float, approximately. So approximately 4 times the float. It is traded today, approximately. Okay, guys, sorry, I'm just watching this QNRX. Just watching to see if it can take out 5 in a big way, like get up to 5, 515 or so, and then start to run from there. It may not. And again, that's not to say that if it hits 515, you should be buying the stock. So the initial halt price was 470 for QNRX. So it's still kind of holding over that initial halt price. I think if it gave up 470, that would be it for a while anyway. So the market, yeah, it's putting in a little bit of a red bar. I mean, nothing dramatic yet. It hasn't taken out the low of that opening SPY candle. So nothing dramatic yet. It's amazing the action right around 5 for QNRX. Look at the volume. The volume is still big. So there's still enthusiasm for it. Just has to really pop through it. Sorry, guys. I just got to pay extreme attention to this QNRX. I just don't want to miss it if it explodes through 5. So I can't really talk about anything else right now. And this is the case in which, yeah, it's not a matter of just putting a price alert and letting it happen, because if it does happen, it could explode through. So that's not, I don't know if it's going to, but it's just a number. 5 is just a number, but look how it is struggling to get through that, what I call It's a psychological number, especially for these cheaper ones. Okay, this doesn't look that good now, so maybe I will put a price alert and just forget about it for a while. Well, I mean, beyond mine, somebody in our YouTube room. Well, the only reason it's up is because of this price target, in my opinion. I don't see any other news for it. Oh, I mean, it's just, it's just because of the press release with these guys saying a $20 price target. Otherwise, I doubt very much it'd be up at all. I mean, it's up 48% on nothing else other than that I can see. So that really is your answer. Oh boy, Viru. Oh, look at this one, guys, now. And it would take that short right around here even. Look at this. I mean, what a fluffy Oh, I see what you're saying. This is an AdCom meeting to review its the COVID therapy. Whoop-de-doo, right? Well, that caused it to pop. No, I didn't even see this. So the AI had this one, QNRX at 4 and popped up to 481. So that was a good one from the AI. I didn't even see it from the AI, to be honest. See, I was concentrating so much on that QNRX. I wanted to take this short of GIII under 19, but I was concentrating so much on that QNRX that I lost sight of this GIII that I mentioned just a while ago. And this still has room. I mean, I think the next low looking left was 17 something. But you know what? If I had not been concentrating on QNRX and it had popped through 5 in a big way, I would have been ticked off. So I'm not going to beat myself up about it. Yeah, this has nothing to do with news beyond mine, though. Okay, in my opinion, pipeline, the value of the company. This is all about, some whoever Alliance Global is putting out a $20 price target on them. I mean, they'll come up with all their reasons, etc., but that's all people see. Give me a moment, please, guys. Just following some internal discussions. Oh boy, this one from yesterday. Be careful. SHPH. Obviously, be very, very careful. SHPH. They did have a big move in the after hours, up to $34. Low float. Recent IPO. Did a crazy thing. Got up to $127. Second day of the IPO. So be careful if you're going to take that one. I thought maybe the BIAF might have yeah, it's not when I say similar move, I don't mean to 30, but some kind of sustained move, just based on sympathy from what happened yesterday with the other one. And halted up, yes, SHPH. I have a tough time saying that one. So this is halted also, SWTX, but this is an extraordinary event halt. So there's some news coming for SWTX. Announces a 225 million private placement, expansion of global. Okay, so there is some news. That is the news, I guess. Oh, here's another one, guys. FRSH. You know what I've been doing, Real? I took your Momo Trendo and I flipped it. And that's where I'm getting my short ideas right now. You know, so I've got my long ideas, of course, with the races, but I've got my short ideas with the Trendo down. Not really paying too much attention to the Trendo up, just because of the nature of the market. But I don't know. I don't know if you did the same thing. Lucid is not shortable for me. LCID not shortable for me. Not yet, anyway. Boy, look at IC all over the place today. IC all over the place today. Not giving up on this QNRX, guys. I mean, there's a nice bottoming tail there. The sellers knocked it down to 460 or so. Now I'm not going to stare at it, but I've got my price alerts at around 511, 512, and see if it takes that out. I run the risk, of course, of it exploding through that, but I just don't want to concentrate on it so much that I miss other things. Even this one, remember this one kept moving higher and higher every single day. RYTM. Now this is starting to really give it up. The next low is looking left around 20. So this has got some room. Let's see if it takes out 21. It's got about $1 to the next lows. Yeah, 63.79 on the spread right now for DWAC. Yeah, it's a little bit tough to commit. All right, well, guys, actually, we had 2 bars red. Now we got a green bar on the next 15-minute candle for the SPY. So maybe we might have a positive day today. Take a look at TPX, see if there's any news that I can see. Not that I can see, no. Not an earnings play, October 27th, so it's not an earnings play. I don't see that they've done an early release or difference in guidance or anything like that. So no, I don't see anything. Okay, ENVX. I get very hung up, of course, on the next highs looking left, which is 2034. This has a look about it though. ENVX. It's a big float, 100, well, not huge float, but 106 million in the float. And it just may be doing, following the market, which is not great. I mean, we're trying to find things that don't follow the market closely because, the minute the market takes a downturn, if you're long something, it could just drag it down. But ENVX looks interesting, especially on a 20 break. Keep an eye in VLTA. Well, did it open? I'm sure it opened. My SHPH, yes. Wow. And it's halted again, probably? Nope, not yet. So above the high of after hours. Do you see what okay, do you see what I see? I'm not trying to be Christmas caroling on you, but look at this, 124, 120. Okay, now it dropped. This is on the halt of SHPH. It was showing like 130 as an open. Come back to Earth now, 45. But even so, 36 on the halt. I'm not sure I've ever seen this one before. TLF, the Tandy Leather Factory. I don't think I've ever seen this one before. We have no information on it regarding float, etc. Just type. You're talking about the short. Just type in SLB in your. Do a search, file search, and then type in SLB, and that'll give you that window. You're talking about this window here. Oh, wait. What window are you talking about? You're talking about the time and sales. That's just time and sales. Okay, so just looking where it is. Yeah, well, just do a file, just file, and then you'll see time and sales. Okay, when you click on file and new window, sorry, new window, and you'll see time and sales. Just and that's it. Ah, okay. So it was a simple change. Okay, SLB. Okay, type in your search, type in SLB. Okay, SLB. This is not a symbol. Okay, just in case you can't, if I'm garbling the letters, SLB. Do the search on that. File search. Okay. It's called SLB rates, and then that box will pop up, and then you can put it anywhere you want. Well, I'm not in this anymore, but AZRE is still kind of making its way up. I'm not in this anymore. All right, ASO guys, ASO, very strong. Earnings play, very, very strong. The next high looking left is at 47.24. So this is very strong. I mean, this has not pulled back at all, really. And I'm sorry, Mohammed. Mohammed, I'm sorry. This is the halt. Okay, are you talking about my Halls resumes? No, you are talking about that within IB. Yeah, okay. I'm 44 now. 44 now, PJ. Boy, this IMRA just doesn't want to move. Excuse me. Yeah, so Mohammed, one more time. You've got to type in SLB into your file. You have to do file from Interactive Brokers, file, and then we're in the search box. Type in SLB, okay? And then that will bring up that window. No, again, I'm sorry. This is just time and sales. Okay, we've got this. This is the SLB window. Excuse me, this is time and sales. Just type file, like click file and then new window and just look for time and sales. Okay. It's just time and sales. So these are the guys. Figs is, let's take a look at Figs. It's finally going to react to Spruce Point's slamming of them. All right, guys. Usually around 10:20. I'm a little bit later, 20 minutes later. So first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern time, sharing my screen and live on the mic. Pop my homepage link in. A lot of information is there. Now, the promo code is incorrect. That 25% is no longer valid. So let me just see if I ask them to make the change. Let's see if they've made the change. No, not yet. So that first place 25 is no longer valid, guys. Okay, so you have to use Barry for alpha. If you do want to take out a subscription today, put that in. Now, if you do take out a subscription, please do this first. So let's get started. Okay, let's get started. Take you about 30 minutes. There are 10 videos, short videos, about 3 minutes, well, approximately 3 minutes each. Starts off with the download and installation and your first startup and login, etc. Okay. I do a daily stock of the day video. I hope this is fixed. It's free. Just send your email and submit it. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens. Sorry. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens Monday morning. Now, yesterday's trade of the week, unfortunately, it was way over the trigger price. Now it's come back down to the trigger price, BTU, but it's below it. So kind of a tough one, but it is free. You can sign up for it right here. Education, all the education is here. Here's our user guide. There's that getting started. So at the very, very least, you should know what an alert window is. You should know what a top list window is, and you should know about the stock racing that I'll go over in a lot more detail. If you click on that stock racing, there are about 3 or 4 videos on this in this area. Lots of text explaining exactly what the stock racing is all about. Okay. There's that getting started again. So daily support. So today is Wednesday. Now we've got some people on holiday, so I'm not sure who's going to be in today, to be honest, to check. Usually it would be, I think it would be Jamie, but I think Jamie is definitely gone for the week. So I don't know who's going to be in our YouTube room when I take my break at noon. I'll take a break between 12 and 1. And before I do that, though, I will put the YouTube link in. I'll just have to confirm who it's going to be. And then Chris Farley, of course, is there Monday to Friday between 3:30 and 4:30. I shut down the main room at 3:30. And so you can head over to YouTube and listen to Chris between 3:30 and 4:30, Monday to Friday. Daily webinars, you can sign up for them all here. They've been canceled again this week. We've got people on vacation, so they've been canceled this week. And back to basics, Michael Noss. If you are new to trading, please take a look at this. It starts off with what is a stock, okay? So please take a look at this. It's free. If you're new to trading, intro to charts, candlesticks, support and resistance, etc. Now, you want my scans? Of course, you have to be a subscriber. So I've got 2 racing scans that I've got. The one that you can see, the biggest gainers from the open, and one you cannot see is the large cap gainers from the open. But of course, I'm sharing them, and I have some other scans that I am sharing. Okay. So save my link, and then you can look at my scans in the education section anytime you want. Yep. And halted again. Unbelievable, isn't it? Unbelievable. Now, this may not, I think I have a $50 price limit on this. So if it takes out 50, I will not see it. All right, let's talk a little bit about the races, okay? And why I think it's very important, especially if you're new to trading, it'll get you to focus on one scan alone. and it'll automatically create a watch list for you, a top 10 watch list for you automatically. You don't have to do anything. So what is the racing all about? It starts off with a top list window. So this race is coming from this top list window or these filters. And very simple. I mean, I'm just looking for stocks between $1 and $50. Minimum volume is 200,000 shares and has to be up at least 2% from yesterday's close. So in other words, these stocks are positive for the day. So racing, let me just show you what I'm talking about. So here is before we had racing, this was a use of a top list. So if I wanted to find the stocks, say that we're just ranking them, the stocks that were up the most from the close, all these column headers. Now I've got the change from the close, I've got the change from the open, I have relative volume. All of these column headers are sortable. So if I want to sort and find the stocks that are up the most from the close, I can do that. So right there, SHPH, 61%. If I want to sort on the ones changed the most from the open, I just double left click on that header. And so again, SHPH, 76% from the open. That's all well and good, but how is that going to help me trade? Because unless I stare at a number to see if it's going to change, I will have no idea what is moving in this list, which is, of course, I'd be crazy to have to stare. So this is what the races are all about. Now I run 4-minute races. So what that means is this race has another 2 minutes to close, and once this race is over, another one will begin. So what happens is when a race begins, all of these stocks start off the same at the same start position. Okay, whatever stock is moving the most you'll start to see it as it starts to move up on the leaderboard. Okay, and you can see the percent is on the left hand side. So since this race started, SLQT has moved 3.5%. You could never know that necessarily. I mean, unless you stared at that number to see if it was changing. But more importantly, what if one of these stocks, ARDX, right down here, it's 6.9% from the open right now. What if all of a sudden, for whatever reason, it started to move? Now it's 8%, now it's 10%, now it's 15% from the open. You would start to see it as it moves up the leaderboard. So it's a wonderful way visually to see in a list of stocks of the types of stocks that you want to follow. And again, when I say it like that, you of course can construct your own top list. You may want a different price range. You may want a different volume. You may want to add some other filters in place. I mean, it's completely up to you. I'm sharing this one right here. And I'm also sharing the large cap one. And the only difference between these two, it's a pretty big difference, is that in the large cap one, it has to have at least $500 million market cap, 500 million market cap, and at least 50 million in the float. So what happens is you're not going to see stocks in here that are as volatile as the ones here. So it depends on your trading style. Maybe you want to mix and match, but it depends really on your trading style. If you can handle volatility and understand where to place stops and all that, fine. If you're looking for something a little less volatile though, the large cap gainers would probably be the way to go. So I'm sharing both of these scans. And so you notice what happens over the course of the day, there is a top 10 watch list created automatically for you. So how is that created? Well, when a stock wins a race, you notice here in the number one position, SPRO has won 3 races. QNRX won 3 races, SHPH won, etc. Okay. So, but here's the deal, guys. This is a watch list for you to really pay attention to all day long. So for instance, if you click on TCRT, it only won 1 race earlier on in the day, click on it, see what's happening. Okay, maybe it's basing, maybe it's consolidating a bit. Maybe then what you want to do is put a price alert or use our buy button, using our simulator, put a buy order at a certain price, maybe above the current price, or maybe you want to see, hey, you know what, if it pulls back to a certain price, I want to take the trade there, as an example. Okay, so just because something isn't moving anymore, click on it. That's what happened yesterday. I can't remember which one it was. I think it was EPOW. I'm pretty sure it was EPOW yesterday. And I was using that, and it was a great example because this is what it was doing. If I'm going to get a big chart up, and I'm going to show you what EPOW was doing. Ugly looking right now, but so EPOW at the beginning of the day had won some races, okay? And then all of a sudden it just sort of flattened out and was doing nothing. And I remember saying, well, just put an alert, say, above this area here at 317. And if it takes it out, maybe that'll get it moving. Well, I mean, did I know it was going to go from 317 to, 450? Of course not. But that's how you use it. When you see a stock that's in the watch list, even if it's not moving anymore, put a price alert because later on in the day, like look what happened here, it could start to move. Okay. So the beauty of, as far as I'm concerned, the racing, it gets you to concentrate on one scan alone. It automatically creates a watch list for you. So especially if you're new to trading, instead of trying to figure out, well, what sort of alert window do I have to create, or what sort of top list window, or I don't want to miss anything. So I've got 5 different alert windows and 10 different top lists, and I'm clicking like mad all day long and getting nothing done. Concentrate on creating a race scan. Doesn't have to be this one, but look at this AZRE. Why am I not still in that? But you see what I'm saying? Concentrate and then work with it, and give it a time. Like, don't one day, you try it the first day and you say, well, I didn't see anything I liked, or it didn't work. You've got to give it some time. I'd give it a month, you know, I'd give it a solid month at, watching how the racing is. And this is going to get a lot better. I did see the prototype yesterday, and maybe it'll be released sometime this week. But you're going to see a lot more smooth. It's going to be a lot way smoother. So when something is moving up, instead of this kind of herky jerky action, you're going to see that it's a lot smoother. A lot of additions are coming to the racing. Okay, so well, you can control the race lane if you only want 5 lanes, or this. I've got 10 lanes here. If that's what you mean. So you can control how many stocks you see here, if that's what you mean. Yep. If you, I'll duplicate into a free floating window. I'm going to click on the square, and then I'll right click and show the race setup. Okay, so this is the race setup. This is my race setup. So I've got 10 lanes. If you want 4 lanes or 3 lanes or whatever you want, you just control it right there. How many minutes you want the race to run, etc. Okay. Jordan, you're talking about SPHN. You can't, I mean, you've heard me say this. I don't think you can do something like that for a stock like this, but if you're talking about that, because it's too volatile. Man, AZRE was the one, guys, for me, and I don't want to call it chickened out, but took this one early, but I got out. Now, looking left, the next high looking left is 445, so it's above that. So it's still got some room for 576 is the next high. So it is trying to crawl back. I remember this day vividly. That showed up in the 10-day daily breakdown. It was an awesome short. Well, that's why we wait. Well, that's why I wait anyway, guys. Look at the QNRX. Look at the QNRX. I could have said, you know what, it's going to take out five. So why don't I just pile in and get it right now? I mean, I would have had a stop, so I wouldn't get killed on it. But that's why I wait. So the traders around the world are watching this ATXG, which actually hit, believe it or not, $2,000 after hours this day. This is where it closed. Normal hours, 6:55. It actually hit $1,999.99 after hours that day. And they're wondering, with what's happening with the SHPH, could something crazy happen with this one again? I mean, nothing yet. The other one that again, just lost sight of it was Tupperware, TUP. We talked about this early on a bounce, kind of like the AZRE. Well, here's one, guys. I mean, look at this ILPT, all-time low, basically. Yeah, BHC, which was pretty wild a few days ago. Wow, this has got the room, right? It's got the room, I think. 664. So BHC's got some room, guys. I mean, literally, the next high is 875. So you're talking about approximately $2 away if this wants to keep moving. Boy, if this Tupperware just bases here a bit, I'm in because I mean, if it bases here a bit, I mean, this traders are just looking at this high from yesterday. Well, so far that spruce point thing has not affected figs at all. In fact, it looks like it's going to go positive. Spruce point thing meaning they came out last night with a teaser. They were going to slam some stock. This was it, and it hasn't had any effect whatsoever. This PCT's got some room, guys. PCT's got some room. Short cycle technologies, okay, it's got some room. Look left. I mean, 1068 is the next high. Look, I'm sorry. Yeah, 1067. Sorry, 1060. Yeah, 1067 is the next high looking left. So this has got some room. Longer it holds over 10 PCT. Mark, as long as the market probably doesn't put in some red bars. Dem's got a little bit of room. I mean, it's basing nicely at 15. It's got a little bit of room, 1550. When I say a little bit of room, all I'm doing is just looking left on the daily chart to see where the next high is. So it's got a little bit of room. And there's PCT, the one I was just talking about, guys. PCT putting on just a little bit of a move. But what I like about it, of course, is the room. Just one moment, please. Okay, guys, look at Sava. Sava. Over 30 again. And a pop. And a pop. I mean, this has been in the news for a long time now, guys, but it's a trader. Basically, that's what it is. It's a trading vehicle because it has moves. Okay, there's Sat. Now, why did I have an alert here? I had an alert here for some reason. Ah, yes. Okay, so boy, this has got some room, guys. Sava's got some room, but be careful. I mean, this is a highly emotional trader. Okay, there'll be people that want to pile into this one to short it. Maybe even some in this room. Give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. Okay, another one, Blue Apron. Apron on the move here. Apron on the move. What we have looking left here is 630. Yeah, so 630 might stall it. I wish that weren't there. Imagine if it were a straight shot to the next high of 752. This SLQ's got some room, guys. I mean, if you discount all the ones, until 197, these little areas, boy, it's got some room. SLQT, 127 million in the float, so it's not low float. Okay, so I just had a confirmation that it'll be Chris again in our YouTube room filling in for Jamie today. Okay, so in about 50 minutes, I'll be taking my break. Dak, have you fallen asleep yet with your IMRA? My goodness, just doing absolutely nothing yet. However, guys, remember what we were saying, what I was saying, out of nowhere, later on, we might get you might get the enthusiasm coming right back in, get some volume, and it could, rip. We don't know. Over 75 is the high. It's right at the 200-day moving average, just slightly underneath the VWAP. So it's got to clear all that. All right, so wow, oh, it's now shortable again. Okay, so the shorts have come back to me at Interactive Brokers. Not that I want to short it right now, but that is maybe a green bar ignored forming or pattern forming for QNRX. Well, guys, this AZRE still has room. If you were in this one with me earlier, I'm not in it anymore, unfortunately. 576 is the next high. Now, look at the SHPH. Actually, this is, yeah, I mean, this is a nice little green bar forming, though. Okay, keep an eye on TUP, guys. It had the bottoming tail. TUP had the bottoming tail. Couple of bottoming tails on the 15-minute chart. The sellers have been trying to knock it down a little bit, but the buyers look like they're still reasonably in control. It'd be nice to see them take out that 850 mark. So again, I'm just checking some of these ones that won at least one race earlier on, just sort of see the pattern that's happening with them and seeing if there's anything interesting, put a price alert somewhere. I'll help you here, Todd. I'll put a buy at 176 in the simulator, okay, for it. Meanwhile, TPX continues. Another new high for TPX. Man, oh man, that QNRX might go negative. Well, maybe not. Has a dollar to move on that. All right, AZRE, maybe making another move here, guys. Again, if you're still in this one, well, look at this. 1041 is the next high looking left. Hey guys, SLQT, putting in a little bit of a pop. There's not really on a lot of volume though. Keep an eye on the Tupperware, guys. Look at all these bottoming tails on the 15-minute chart. We have three of them now. Not huge, but we do have three bottoming tails. Well, maybe not. Depends on what happens with this last 15-minute candle. Still has 10 minutes to close. So if it turns into a big red one, forget about it. Wow, I didn't see this one at all. This Corn Ferry, KFY, big earnings play. Really didn't, it was very spotty in the pre-market, so really didn't see it. But look at this one, KFY. The next low looking left is about 52 or so. So it still has some room the way down. Chasing it now, unfortunately, but all right, guys, I'll be right back. I mean, here's another one that has a little bit of room, guys. GEO. You're in chase mode though, unfortunately. It's just too extended. It has to base a little bit or pull back a little bit. But when you look left, it's got room to the 9 level. So that's 50 cents, not huge, but yeah, too extended. Look at the RETA, another one, just seeing some of these, just too extended. I mean, it's got room, but how are you going to take it now? All right, guys. Well, in about half an hour, I'll be taking my break. I mentioned this EVN, ENVX earlier, taking out 20, it just hasn't done it. TPX, take a look at TPX from real. Yeah, especially when they have no news, TPX, we cannot find any news, at least I could not find. So it got right into that high, 27.29, and it got to 27.04. All right, guys. Well, that turned into a big red candle for Tupperware. When I first saw it, it was green with a bottoming tail. It looked like we're going to have three bottoming tails in a row in the 15, which could have helped it if it taken out 850. Just didn't do it. All right, guys, another kind of crazy one from last week. Another SPAC, probably. It's probably a SPAC that turned into NOGN. It was a SPAC, yes. Terrible. I mean, it's having a little bit of a day today, but just really terrible. As high as $10, right down to 2 in what? 1, 2, 3, 5 days. Definitely watching this TPX. If it doesn't take out 27 again anytime soon, this could be the stalling, as Real was saying. Maybe 27.04 is its high. I kept trying to short this GME. I couldn't. Couldn't quite do it. Couldn't figure out. It was just a little too whippy. But look at this GME now. All right, I have to put instead of watching it, I'm gonna have to put a price alert for TPX, just maybe around here, just in the mid 80s, 26.85. See if it gets down to that level. Might be an interesting short area right there. Well, you know what? This might be the move you guys have been waiting for a little bit. I mean, the next high after that is $1.85, so it might stall there. Got a lot of resistance, between here and two, but I did see it. Yes, KFY. Yes, Corn Ferry. I think I mentioned that quite a while ago. Yeah, I mentioned it because I didn't realize it was an earnings play. Didn't really see it in the pre-market. I mentioned it was sort of chopping around. But yeah, and then it's got room. It's got all sorts of room. $51. The spread is a bit of an issue. Bit of an issue, but it is a $52 stock. The PPX though, I mean, it's just I look at this and I think there could be some support around 26.29, which is certainly far enough away. If it ever wants to fall, just doesn't seem to want to fall yet, though. Off topic, Dak. Off topic. Well, JA, there's no such thing as the best one. The question is the momentum channel the best one during the day? Depends on your trading style. Momentum channel, of course, is going to be, stocks that are moving with momentum, big volume bursts. If that is your trading style, it might be, but maybe you'd rather take stocks on pullbacks. So there's no such thing as the best. It all depends on your trading style. Ah, really was trying to short this GME. Just couldn't find an entry I was happy with. This is looking uglier, guys. I'm looking at some of the ones that were moving, and they're just really dropping now. Even though the market is just kind of flattening out. Wow, look at Viru. Right back down. Unbelievable. Big, big quote unquote news gets it up to 17. Pretty tough right now, guys, I think, to commit to anything really long, even if the market is up. All right, is this it for TPX? Is this it? Being rejected at 27 for quite a while now, almost 45 minutes. Well, not quite. 35 minutes, being rejected at 27. And with a reasonable expectation, right down to that 20, well, that's the VWAP actually, 26.25. I'm just looking at the bottom of those two 15-minute candles. That's about where the VWAP is. So that would be maybe something you could get to. I'd still like to see it get into the 80s though. And the other thing, JA, on right now we're in a market where there are not a lot of stocks that are having sustained upward momentum moves, okay? I mean, are there momentum stocks? Yes, but not what I would consider a lot of sustained market or momentum moves. Did you see the OP? OPY? Real. OPY. Bit of a spread issue, but worked. All right, guys, 11:39. So in about 20 minutes, I'll be taking my break. Chris will be in our YouTube room. Definitely interested to see what happens with these in the afternoon. Get one of them just start to fly. This looks, again, highly, highly risky. But look at the SHPH. Some bottoming tails right here, 15-minute chart. Looks like it wants to put another, maybe a little bit of a run in it. That's all traders are looking at, that 46 level. Actually, the spread's only a dime now. Well, it was a dime. Big volume, pretty big volume. 5.5 million, 4 million in the float. Well, 37 break, 37 break. Well, guys, I mean, again, highly risky, but highly risky. Talking about the SHPH. So what you're seeing here, by the way, is in the simulator. I put that conditional buy order for IMRA at $1.77 earlier. Okay, show you how that worked. Now here's another one like from last week, another one of these crazy IPOs. Got up to 41. Basically, it dropped, well, 10% of what it was. It is 10% of what it was. That's why this says this SHPH is kind of interest. I don't mean it as a buy right now. I'm just talking about out of general interest. The fact that it is trying to come back to a certain extent. Okay, here's how you get out of a trade, guys. I just highlighted the trade and click flatten, and it took me out of the trade. Okay, IMRA. That's how you can use the simulator. I haven't gone over very much in terms of general trade ideas. I think today I'll just take a break. But yeah, I did see the goose. I did actually see the goose. I think I can't remember why. It is having a nice day. I think I saw it. I can't remember what I clicked on, but I did see the goose. So there is some news. Okay. No, that is not. So there, no, I don't know what the news is. I have no idea if there's actually some news on this. I don't think so. It's kind of like the TPX, just no news. Speaking of TPX, boy, it's getting juicy, guys. I mean, the longer it does not take out 27. The problem is I may be on my break when it finally breaks down. Well, congrats for you guys who took the IMRA and held on for seemingly hours. Now, looks like there's a lot of resistance around that 2 level, but just looking at that daily chart. You see how this works, guys? So, I mean, at IMRA, I mean, for the longest time, well, longest, I mean, probably an hour and a half, did nothing. Okay, but had won many races at the beginning. Ooh, little break here. Where's the next high for that? Too bad. I mean, 463 is the next high. Look at that little break for ALLK though. Nice little break here, but the next high is so darn close. We seem, you're going to see a lot of patterns like this where the next high is pretty close. Oof, this is getting uglier and uglier, this mind medicine. Poor guys, some of the guys that trade ideas are in this one. Longer term, I mean, they were talking maybe years, but all right, guys. Now, what time is it now? 11:49. So I'm finally in this TPX short. If it's back up to 27, I'm out. So I've got a very tight stop on it. Very 26.91 on the short. And we'll see. I mean, 26.48 is the next low looking left on the 15-minute chart. So might be a bit of a bit of a magnet. And that is the VWAP is way underneath that. Hopefully it has a nice move in the next 5 or 6 minutes so I can get out of it and then take my break. SLQT guys, I mentioned this one. I mean, look at the break right there. I mean, not huge. It's moved a dime, but it has the room to $1.87. Using the watch list. Click on symbols. You're getting bored. Just click on a symbol. Look at the BIAF. I don't know what it's going to do, but you can kind of see that if it can take out that 650 mark, it could have another run on it. The TCRT, same kind of thing. It's doing nothing right now, but in the afternoon, these things can get really rocking again. AMRS, I don't know what it's doing now. Actually, that is moving interestingly. I think the reason I shied away was, I mean, I suppose arguably if I can get through, I mean, it could get maybe to the 330 level, which, not bad from 309. Big float, 187 million. Okay, guys, so what I'm going to do is I'm just putting my announcement in. Chris sometimes shows up a little bit early, so I'll put my announcement in right now on a break. Not quite, but all right, what I'm going to have to do is put a big chart. My workout is right in front of my screen, so I can put a big chart on the TPX. I thought that might have got it going when it got down to 2683, but just not quite. Plus, the market is probably, unfortunately, helping it a little bit. Yeah. Okay, I'm out of it, guys. I may look at it later on if it takes out 20, it gets into the 2680s, but I'm on my break now, so I don't want to hang around. But a 6 cent loss on it. There you are, and I don't have the site on mute.
You sound overly zealous to hear me.
Overly zealous. Yeah, well, I just got knocked out of a TPX short for about a 6 cent loss, so I'm
Ah,
keep an eye on it later to see if it falls back down.
I'm crying in my soup as I watch INDI pull away from my price alert that I had set because I was reading support files.
Oh,
So, oh
I thought
well.
you said sport files first. I was going to say, well, that's
Nope.
not support files. Yes. Oh yeah, INDI. Yeah, no kidding.
Just a
Nice
really
run
nice
here.
clean chart there off that second 15-minute candle on that pullback there. That's it. Just really clean.
All
Anyways,
right,
that's the way the
let
cookie
me pop
crumbles.
the YouTube link into the other room. So, okay, guys who are in the main room, Chris is there now in our YouTube room. So there is your link. If you want to head over there, he'll be there till 1 o'clock. Hey,
Alrighty, I
Chris, you've
made
taken
the
over.
yep,
So,
swap has been made and you're off and running.
okay, thanks.
All right, we'll see you in about an hour, Barry. Take care. Alrighty, everybody. Happy Wednesday. I keep wanting to say Tuesday, but it's what did I say yesterday? It was pseudo Monday yesterday, pseudo Tuesday today. Is that how we're doing this? Something like that. So market chopping around sideways like it has. I've still found some good opportunities today. I haven't really been able to seize anything, unfortunately. Busy with some other tasks, but good to know that even in this set of unfavorable conditions for the bulls, there's still plenty of action to be had. So, with that said, let's take a spin around the horn. So, INDI hasn't won many, if any, races, to be honest, but it was on some earlier races. And, I was looking at this chart here and looking at where's my drawing tool? Perfect circle, what is happening? Let me get my drawing tool. So I was looking at this here and I said, we can keep them cleared above this level here. That looks, not too shabby. You've got this little bump up here in the road that we're starting to run into now, but there's a little bit of distance that could be had here. And once we clear that, we've got this that way. So that's, my thought process and looking. And so I set a price alert. However, I said to Barry, I was just involved in other tasks. Okay liquidity, 800,000 shares traded. It's doing double what it's normally doing to this point in the day on this back look of 30 days or so. Just a pretty clean chart. Also on the 5-minute chart, looking pretty good here. So, anyways, that's the way it goes sometimes around here. What else was I looking at? There's ones that not as nice looking. GERN. Plenty of liquidity. Volume isn't anything special, but made an initial move up and it's kind of running sideways. But the chart, on the daily chart isn't bad looking. It hasn't sold off like everything else has. Now, of course, you're looking at some kind of bio or therapeutics or something like that. You're also looking at something with 330 some odd million in the float. So it does take a bit to get this thing moving, but an opportunity is an opportunity, and we don't discount them, or I don't discount them just based on float or anything like that. I think anybody that's only looking at or only looking at small floats or only looking at large floats, I think they miss a bigger picture. But everybody's got a trading style, and if your trading plan, your trading style, and your scanning is leading you to profits and it involves that, I certainly can't knock that. But if you don't have a trading plan or trading style or set of scans that you've really settled on, I think that limiting yourself by something like float and market cap is counterintuitive to just about everything. So, anyways, that was those are two that I was looking at. Let's see, AZRE was another nice one. I actually had a price alert down here at 420 and went through, and then I said, all right, maybe I'm going to get another entry, and I just ended up, like I said, busy, missed the entry here at this time, and stock's in a terrible downtrend. The daily chart on this, it's hard. It would probably be hard to find daily charts worse than this. I mean, are there? Sure. Look at Peloton or Zoom. Probably Moderna looks terrible. DraftKings. Any of those big tech names that in that bubble that popped with those are sure they're going to look worse than this. But my point being is this is the definition of a falling knife. But that doesn't mean there isn't a day trade opportunity, and we could see that right here today. It's up 27.5%. So, and it's got nice liquidity, 2.4 million shares traded, and 11.79 on that relative volume. So, and you can see that's won a ton of races here, and won some as recently as, let's say, 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 20 minutes ago. So, active, good liquidity, good volume. We'll see what it does for the rest of the day. Maybe the whole move has been made already. Maybe it hasn't. No way to know. Yes, happy Wednesday, Rajiv. Yeah, the chop it's not pleasant, obviously. Bring over a SPY chart, and this line is just a huge deal right here. For my efficient market hypothesis folks. Really big deal here. I still think that's where we're going eventually. Is it today? Is it tomorrow? Is it next week? I don't know. Again, I hope I'm wrong. I don't particularly care for the market to fall. I gain nothing by it. But reality of the world we live in for markets is the trend is lower. Is Powell speaking tomorrow? I have no idea. Your races are running super slow. How many windows are you running? What's the count set on the top list? I'd check out a few of those things like that. I'm really not running much here. So once in a while, my software gets sticky, but it's because I have an internet issue. There's a splice in one of the cables coming into here, and my service provider isn't really attentive in taking care of that for me. So it's leaving me with some connection issues that I'm noticing on everything that I'm using, and they will get to it as soon as they can for the last month now. So that's fun to learn. So again, if anybody wants, you're welcome to this here. I'll drop this website in here, and you can see all the FOM meetings yourself. What's going on here? For anybody that's a Fed fan. So the next meeting is the 21st, according to this. Other than that, it's just nonsense. It doesn't mean that nonsense can't move markets, but as far as I'm concerned, it's just garbage. So anyways, cruising down the line here. MCRB was another one. Not a bad move, popped over 6, got up around 624 or so, 625, couldn't get through it. But again, looking at this chart here, mostly sideways. You got this dip here and it bringing back up in. But again, you're doing 3.5 times what it's normally doing for volume over the last 30 days, 1.286 mil shares traded today. So fairly nice liquidity already and decent volume to that liquidity. So again, has the whole move been made? I don't know. I'll probably go through after I wrap up my session here with you folks and move my price alerts around again and see if I can't find later day entries. I won't count on it. The market seems like it's really run out of a bit of steam here at this point. Looking at this here, so we gapped down slightly, moved up, pulled back, moved up for a bit here, and we're just really struggling here about at 394, give or take. And yeah, I just really won't be surprised if that's the move we make sometime in the afternoon here today. I won't be surprised at any move, but I lean towards another sell-off later in the day. And keep it moving here. So TCRT, this is one of those examples of don't rush. Also, made some nice moves here, but then can never get back through that. But again, almost 2 times what it's normally doing. Nice liquidity at almost 2 million shares traded. It's got this moving average right here. So again, I'll go through and reassess some of these price alerts after 1 o'clock and then see what happens moving into the 3 o'clock hour before I come back. Iris, what's happening? Happy Wednesday to you. Let's see. BIFA. You see this stuff here and it makes me a little cautious, but this isn't the crazy range that I forget what stock it was yesterday. SHPH or some SPHA or whatever it was that had that insane range. So, nice gap up here, nothing insane. And it's caught this area for now. Great liquidity, almost 8 million shares traded, doing 1.83, what it's normally doing for volume. So again, I've got a price alert set here. I might reassess that, bump that up a little bit and see what that does in a while here. Let's see if I can't get a late day entry on that as well. FUBO, some TV thing, I think. Someone told me that this was a meme stock at some point. I don't know. I have no idea. But while the liquidity is great, it doesn't have much volume to that relative liquidity that it's got. Declining volume throughout the day. I mean, it's got this rounded bottom here, but it just, I don't think so for me. I'll probably leave this price alert right where it is. I don't think there'll be anything actionable for me there, but perhaps someone sees it differently, and that's what makes us all individuals. Snap. I swear to you, 3 or 4 times a week, this comes through some early races, and I keep saying to myself, one of these days it's going to have a nice move, a nice, really nice up move. And so, I set the price alert and see if we can't get above the high of the day and have some volume that's involved in it and all that. But it just can't get out of its own way. I mean, after this gap down that happened last November, just continues to sell off every time. Every time there's buyers, the sellers come right in and snatch that price to a new low. So, this is one of those stock charts when I was mentioning Zoom and Peloton and, whoever else, DraftKings. This is another one of those stock charts where, I mean, that bubble popped, that tech bubble popped hard in here. And that's just, unrelenting punishment for the buyers. I don't know much about Snap other than its social media. I really don't know anything about it. So I don't know if they have a viable business for the future that makes money or not. We'll let the markets dictate that, but not something I'd be looking to invest in, that's for sure. Day trading vehicle, sure. If it can ever get itself going, get itself unstuck from this really wicked downtrend that it's been in. Let's keep it moving. ALKI, no, there's nothing there. AVYA, again, nothing here. It's stuck at this level, can't get by that. And again, this extremely liquid stock, 14 mil shares traded today already, but it's doing its normal volume, so there's nothing special happening here. I do always, when I see something like this coming in before earnings and coming out of earnings, is there a bigger player at the table that's, taking a sizable position for some reason? There's no way to know that, obviously. Hindsight's 2020 because they won't be, depending on the size of the player, they don't have to disclose it, number one. But even if it is a big player that has to disclose, they won't disclose it till after the fact that they've accumulated a large position at a lower price anyways. So it's not that it's irrelevant, but, it's certainly something to look at. But again, this is just a really bad downtrend, really bad falling knife. as far as that chart is concerned, there's nothing investable about that chart to me. And perhaps it has a day in the sun for day trading, but look, look at the candles that are in this. There's no like, whoa, look at that day. It has the capability of doing that. It just, all that I can see, it has the capability of selling off at this point. Now, we can go back and zoom out a little more. Or can we zoom out more? Yeah, we can zoom out more. And, nothing. It had this, for whatever reason, it had this big move up. And that was it. Could it have that move up again? Absolutely. But, we're talking about something much different than trading, I think. That move up was a long time in the making. And, there's nothing here to confirm that that was going to happen that I can see. Made a move up and it pulled back. After a while, you could start saying it was making higher highs as it went and higher lows as it went. You can, cherry pick that out if you want. But sorry, just waxing romantically about charts here. Let's finish this up here. NAT, we talked about some of the shippers looking good yesterday. This is still holding up well. So, any day that it comes through the scanners, I'm gonna give it an extra look and set a price alert. 4.5 million shares traded, so nice and liquid. Doing a little more than 2.5 times what it's normally doing for volume over the past 30 days. So, there's some interest in it without any question. We can see that it has had some dynamic moves on a percent base in the past here, both daily and, a weekly move here or a couple of weeks there. Another shot here. So, something that I'm going to keep an eye on as a day trading vehicle anyways. Like I said, I've said many times over and over again, I have zero interest in swing trading essentially. A few rare cases, I took some CFVI home last night just because it was closing so strong. Sold some of it. I sold what I had this morning in the pre-market, and that when I was gapping up, and then it had a really big pullback, and I got back in it today again as a day trade. We'll see what happens. I'm sitting underwater right now on it, but I won't be swinging it a second time unless it closes above 14. So that's that on CFVI. I mean, there's CFVI. So I took a position in it. Well, no, I'm not really underwater. I took a position on it in this candle here and moved up and it's moved back down again. So we'll see what happens here. I don't know what the story is behind this thing. I don't really care, but you had this happen here. Nice volume came up, got this symmetrical triangle that formed, or shark pattern or fin pattern. It's also called there. An inside bar with an inside bar with an inside bar, essentially. Now, even though these aren't bar charts, I'm still going to call them inside bars. And then, a nice gap up and move here and a nice gap up and move here. The volume is still pretty good. It is declining, so that's a concern to me and why I'm leaving this at a day trade. If I close flat, I close flat. It is what it is. But, you can't help but notice, where it went yesterday and, had this move in the pre-market here. I'll trade the pre-market. I mean, I closed this trade out in the pre-market and here, it went on without me, but then it collapsed, and then it collapsed further and then it moved back up. So, but the interest is there and, make the plan, trade the plan, execute the plan. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but that's CFBI in a nutshell. Again, I don't really care what they do or who they are. And last but not least, before I jump back, I see Michael Anthony threw something in there. CVM, this came through one of the races, but this is junk as far as I'm concerned. I mean, it had this, whatever happened here, I'm guessing they had some bad data, bad news, no FDA or something like that. Your trial went bad. An attempt at recovery and just falling ever since and can't get above this level. It was coming through a race, so I thought I'd take a look. I set a price alert. You had this big volume burst that happened here, but that was it. Pretty good size float. So kind of hard to see someone trying to pump and dump that like that. Is it possible? I guess. But but there's no liquidity here. I mean, 300,000, not even 300,000 shares traded by 12:16 in the afternoon. And, it's actually doing more than normal volume to show you how light the volume has been in this thing for so long. So anyways, I set the price alert, but, it's a price alert I can delete. I just thought I'd leave it here for a talking point. All right. With that said, Chris, the CEO, was just on CNBC talking about Snap. Okay, so that means Snap's good for another 20 or 30% haircut off of its price, I would say then. I mean, if the CEO's, I'm sure he paid to get on CNBC to pump his stock. That's what my guess would be. SHPH. That was the one from yesterday, right? Yeah. So, look, reward favors the, our chance. Reward is favored by those that take chances, whatever that saying is there. It had a pretty okay move yesterday overall. Like I said, just something that's got that range. I just don't want to be a part of it right now, not in this market. I think there's a lot of liquidity hunters. I think you had a lot of this stuff go on crazy for a while. And even though they're hard to borrow shorts, I think those that are at brokers that can get those shorts easy, I think they are really coming after the people coming into these because they have much, much larger accounts than the people trading these in general. And so they can come in and really, really put the screws to the shorts in general on these, or the longs in general. It just is the way the market works. This is a day trading vehicle as far as I'm concerned. I don't think there's any viable business here whatsoever. With that said, huge move, good liquidity, sustaining volume. It's on track to do nearly what it did yesterday, I would say. So, for those of you that have that kind of risk appetite, you have a solid trading plan, you're a veteran trader, by all means, I, completely respect anybody that's making money that's on this here. Just not my cup of tea. Because that's just the way the market goes, Michael Anthony. There is no answer for it. Most of that stuff is just people day trading. I think funds, moving money around. That's why I don't believe in efficient market hypothesis. I think it's, I think they're the noise traders, the EMH folks, not the technical traders. There's just no, there is no reason or rhyme to it. It just is. All right. So that's kind of everything that I had looked at today. I haven't really looked at even the top 10 here. So we talked about AZER, maybe a trade there later, TBLT. Interesting. But again, 2 million in the float. You got to be careful with that crap. Look at what it's trading 0.28 what it's normally trading. So I would suspect that's someone trying to pump that stock up. It's got liquidity, but no volume. No volume to the relative liquidity, or relative volume to the liquidity today. Again, a falling knife. I mean, this is as bad as the chart looks. You got probably 175 or something there, right? We're at $2. Come on. No. Again, just day trading vehicle. QNRX, that just looks like had its one burst today, and it looks like what it does historically. It's doing exactly what it did today: burst and move down, burst and move down, burst and move down, burst and move down, burst and move down. I think you get the point here. This thing is more trash. Up here at 150, a year ago, down here at 426 now. So just some junk stock. And again, 4 million in the float. So what else? All right, TCRT. We talked about that. See if it can make a recovery here. It's got okay volume and liquidity. Entirely possible. And it's at lifetime highs, right? So you got a big short float here, right? Look at that short float. This is I didn't see all this before. Good size float, but look at that short float. Not much on the short growth. But look at that lifetime high, 335. So we're sitting at a lifetime high for it essentially. So anybody short this stock is short it somewhere in here or even back here. I hope they're not anybody short here. I don't ever want to see anybody hurt, but the bottom line is one person's pain is another person's profit. And so those people that are short, if this thing gets rolling, they're gonna have to cover those shorts. So definitely worth noting. Again, 200 million in the float, so it's going to take some buying power to get that rolling. But that's something I'm going to keep a very close eye on. Purple, right? We talked about this last week. Something happened here. Let's zoom out on this 15-minute chart. Didn't have a day. Yeah, so there we go. Had this big day last week. But that's it. Everything else is a downtrend. Just had its one day in the sun. So again, garbage as far as I'm concerned. Won a few races. But big float. Let's say that. You're not big, but 82 million in the float. It's not tiny. And 550 million shares, 550,000 shares traded, doing 1.25 what it's normally doing. So nothing special or outstanding. And I don't have any interest in that whatsoever. Not $2. Nope, zero interest. GN, same thing. I have no interest here. Another one of these, things that came on the market, and no interest there. It's got enough liquidity with 1.1 million shares traded today, but there's nothing there as far as I'm concerned. AKA, no, same thing. Nothing special here. Downtrend. Maybe it's found the bottom. Who knows?
TCRT.
But falling volume. Not very liquid. A lot of volume for not being very liquid. What do I think about it? I think if it fits your thesis, go for it. If not, that's all I can say. I can't give predictions like that. I mean, the stock is falling. Much like the rest of the market. Top, bottom, bull rally in a bear market, back down again. So, it's pretty liquid.
BIAF.
But there's nothing special there. There's nothing here that says buy me to me. What's the bottom right now? Is that the bottom? Is that going to be the bottom? Is this level the bottom? Could that be another bottom? I don't, there's nothing special here to me. I think you're tied to the economy with CSX anyways, because people aren't out and shopping and spending money. They don't have anything to ship other than garbage, because they move a lot of garbage, and that's not like a shot at them. That's part of what they do. Their trains go by my apartment all the time, or well, it's just down the road anyways. But I can I see them. I can hear them from here. No, I mean there's nothing. There's no interest in this to me whatsoever. Declining volume. So look, makes that move. Buyers step back in with declining volume and then down. So, moves on declining volume are always suspect. What else? Bed Bath & Beyond. I don't really even want to comment on the stock with whatever's gone on. So it's there. Make from it what you will. I don't feel like talking about Bed Bath & Beyond. Sorry, just not something I'm comfortable with anymore. Talking about some of those meme stocks. Too many predators pumping that crap. AMRS, nothing here either. So, I would say that this scan here, the things that have done best from it are things that aren't actually winning races, things that have just been on races. RXRX, this was around yesterday, so still moving up. Yesterday had a nice opening candle yesterday, faded for much of the day, and then closed strong. And then it opened weak and has been strong ever since. Interesting. This one has me a little more interested. I wish that this was more volume. I'm not crazy about that. So, at the rate it's going, it's going to finish somewhere around 600,000 shares on the day, unless, volume steps up. Same race I share every day, Iris. Here you go. Relative strength from the open. For anybody that does not have it, there you are. So yeah, I mean, here's what I like about the chart itself is, yeah, we got this big downward move, but then we go sideways for a while. That's a bottom, a higher low, another set of higher lows. Make a high, make a higher high, make a higher high here. You're gonna have to make another higher high to for me to really believe there's a trend change there. It's certainly worth noting. Again, it's biopharmaceutical, so you got to be really careful with that crap. It's at $11 today. It could open at $3 tomorrow, very easily. I have no idea who they are, the drug pipeline, nor do I know anybody else's drug pipeline either. But my point just being is, pharmaceuticals, you got to be extra careful. And then Mr. Smith, hey Chris, I'm having trouble with Holly in the simulator. This is what the log files are saying. Yeah, it's saying broker not connected because you didn't connect here. So if you're looking at Holly here and you go here, one of these is going to say no broker. I don't know if it's a long or a short, but one of those, either long strategies or short strategies, is going to tell you didn't set the broker in it. That's what that means. Or you didn't set the account. Sorry. It's either you didn't set the account or the actual broker here. One of those two you didn't set. Or both. Yep, I just shared it above, Iris. You should see it in the chat. So yeah, RX again. It looks like it's going to win a race here, but it's no volume. It's at noon hour anyways, so I don't really count anything at this time. In the market's putting me to sleep. Here we go again. Breaking back down below that level again, and bring the compare count windows over here. And we can see for a short period of time that new highs were outpacing the new lows, and got a reversal here. Looks like a reversal on deck there. Looks like they're going to try to reverse that there as well. So there's that. And you're sure that's for the Holly strategy? Because you had a ton of strategies in there when you sent me the logs before. GKOS isn't a Holly alert. So it's a different strategy that you don't have the broker connected on, or that you don't have the account connected on. Look, Holly did not trade GCOS or GKOS, right? So it's going to be one of these strategies here. One of these strategies here. You got to go to edit trading strategy and make sure you set the account there. So you never set the account in that strategy. But it's definitely not Holly, because Holly did not alert that stock. What else? 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 Yep, you're welcome. No, I didn't do TCRT. I don't like to enter trades this time of the day. I might kick myself later because it did have some good volume coming on this candle, but I don't like to enter trades in between 11:45 in the morning and roughly 3 o'clock. I mean, I will enter as early as 2:30 if I really believe in the stock and I've been watching and have a good feel for the price action of it. I mean, this does look good, and looking at the time and sales, I like it. There's a lot I like about it, but I'm not going to enter here. I'm just not going to break my trading rules. It is what it is. As I said yesterday, and I've said many times before, for every one that goes during this time and I miss it because of my trading rules, there's like 7 or 8 that don't. So it's not a good risk reward as far as I'm concerned for what I've noticed and about breakouts at this time of the day. The market itself is looking weak and fading. This is right at resistance from yesterday and today, right? So, you've got resistance right here and right here. So I don't want to go running into a buzzsaw. I gotcha. Gotcha, Benson. So like I said, I'll wait and see. I'll bide my time. I'm watching time and sales on it. But the odds of me getting in this trade before 2:30 today are maybe 3%. And I'm just making that up. The odds are low. That's all I can truly say. But there's nothing really crazy going on here. Watching time and sales, the share size is 50, 147. There's a couple of big 2000 ones. That's interesting. Now that I say that, here comes some bigger prints. And watch this here. Take that back out of the way. Oh, wow. I didn't notice this. All right. So BAIF, we talked about this, and I said, keep a price alert ready. And it's made a very nice move off that price alert. I had a price alert at 664 and really exploded out of there with increased volume. So nice move there. Spreads a little bit all over the place. I mean, opening up to 7, 8, 9 cents on the spread, closing down as few as 2 now. So it's really, really jumpy. Good liquidity. Definitely can get in and out. Well, you can get in and out for profits to remain seen. Concern is this here and this here. Actually down there. It can really get itself rolling through those levels. Like I said, I'm just not going to enter a trade this time of the day. That's all there is to it. Hims and hers. So this has really made a move. This has been on a bunch. I've seen this on the 1-1 race back here, but I've seen it on several races. There at 1/3 here. I know I've seen it a few more times. Anyways, Hims. Good size float, so that's interesting. That volume that's right there. So you got this volume kind of plateauing, then a big boost here. We're only 5 minutes into this volume candle right now on this 15-minute chart. So, I mean, it's without a question a chase at this point, to me anyways. Someone else might see it and think it's good to go. You look at the daily chart, if I can get up and clear this level, stay up above 645, 650, might have a little legs on it. Plenty of liquidity. Relative volume, not that interesting at the moment. But you know what? I'm going to set a price alert up here. I'm going to set it at 648. And we'll just watch that for the day. TBLT, is that making some noise? Is it giving a day trade? Yeah. No. Not for me, thanks. And so there's TCRT right back down, so like I said, I'm in no rush to do anything right now. But anybody, whatever the questions are, please fire those away for me. And then Keyshawn, were you able to isolate that strategy and find what was going on there? Just want to check in that you were able to find that and attach the account the way you are looking to do. Excuse me, I'm caught in my throat. But I'm sorry, the market's just so and it's that time of the day. There's just not a lot of action right now. I don't know. I'm not used to this being so quiet. Again, market's just kind of floating here at this level. Everybody's waiting. Who's going to be the one to pull the trigger kind of thing? Like I said, at this time of the day, most people are out to lunch or taking a nap at their desk. Those napping at their desk, I envy them right now. Too much for me to get up at 5 o'clock every morning. Ungodly hours. NUTX on the race here. This big move yesterday and a sell-off. Trying to be brave again today. I feel like it's running out of steam though, and the volume is just kind of continuing to decline. Plenty of liquidity, but I don't know. You got this one big volume day here, but all those no volume days there. Big float, 300 million in the float. So it's not like someone can just pump this stock up. Well, I find it hard to believe it was a single player that would have done this here, because when someone large is taking a position, they scale in slowly over, several days or several weeks, depending on who they are and how big of a position they want. So this isn't what you'd normally see at someone, and they usually scale in, they put orders in around VWAP, limit orders to get filled around the VWAP consistently so that they don't affect price, essentially. All right, perfect, Keyshawn. Just want to make sure that you got that squared away. Excellent. So, and then, one of those things that, Brokerage Plus it's great, but there's a lot of moving parts in Brokerage Plus, and they can easily get overlooked. I overlook stuff in there all the time still. I don't use Brokerage Plus as much as I used to. I kind of moved away from it a little bit. But, it is a good tool. I just have personal reasons that I moved away from it. That's all. So, but, overall, I think it's a pretty great tool. Why do I not swing trade, Brian? Well, I like swing trading. I prefer swing trading to day trading. It's quote unquote easier for me. It's not that anything in trading is easy. It's just easier for me. But watching that SPY candle, that's interesting. But in this bear market, I'm not interested in taking risk home overnight right now or very often. And this is why, look at let me, bring up a SPY chart over here so it can look a little different. Let's move this to a 60-minute chart. I I believe we're in a bear market. Not I believe. We're in a bear market. I believe we're going to continue to be in a bear market for a while. What's a while? I don't know. There's no definition for a while. But if the bear market is not ending this week or next week, that I'm 100% sure of. I just have no interest in taking positions overnight when, as they say, it comes like a thief in the night, these down moves. And, we can see back here, we had this nice move, right? We had all this consolidation here, and you had Tom Lee from Stratfund or whoever that clown is. The bear market is over, and Jim Cramer, the bear market is over. And I just, I'm sorry, I just feel bad. Part of me feels bad. Part of me says you get what you deserve for listening to these people. But, I feel bad about anybody losing money, and how many people went in and bought here? They got long, not just the market, but just swing trading in general. They found setups that they liked. They put on full positions. They went all in, like if we were in a bull market or in even just a sideways market. And then, a little down. No, we're good though, right? A little pullback. No, we're good. Woof. Adios. And, that's people's 401ks that they're trading themselves and self-directed retirement funds and things like that. And, I just have no interest in participating it on the downside right now. And you're going to have big bull runs like this here. Now, during this bull run, I was on vacation for a good part of it. I was getting ready for vacation, and then I was on vacation. And when I'm getting ready for vacation, I do not put on swing trades when I'm getting ready for vacation. So, because I don't trade when I'm away. I don't really pay attention to the market when I'm gone, when I'm on vacation. When I'm on vacation, I'm on vacation. So there's, I missed this whole bull run. Now, had I been at my desk, had I been working, had I been trading, I might have at some point put on a swing trade here. I can't discount that out. It's a nice secondary trend. The primary trend is down, but this is a secondary trend that happened here. And I very well may have. But as long as the primary trend is what's the active trend right now, and again, the primary trend is down, there's nothing there. The risk reward isn't there for me. No risk reward. Oh yeah, Brian. I thought you were just asking why, like, currently I wasn't putting on swing trades right now. But no, Brian. I prefer swing trades because I feel like with swing trading, at least the way I swing trade, I can take smaller share size but wider stops and let those trades work for 3, 4, 5, 6 days. And in a bull market, you find some good setups. I'm a big fan of rising tide lifts all boats. I don't mind bull markets making me look like a genius. I'm totally fine with that. Let the haters hate and let me make money. That's how I feel about it. You get all these people that come in like, well, you were only doing well because it was a bull market. And what's your excuse? So, but with that said, I'm biding my time. I'm hoping for, another bounce in the not too distant future here. I do believe before we get our next big bounce, we're going to have to test the June lows. But I could be wrong. I'm happy with being wrong. When we do get our bounce, hopefully I am, stationed and ready, not, no trips or anything like that, no time off. And I can participate that on the long side for day 2, 3, 4, whatever it allows for. But I'd much rather swing trade. Would you say come October with large cap earnings and then in November with the elections, the bear market should have bottomed? I can't make any call like that. I mean, I made a prediction yesterday because I always tease like, oh, everybody else makes predictions. I'll make a prediction too. I think if we look at the big picture in the market here, let me switch to a weekly chart here. I think if we look at the big picture here, this was well overdone after this, all the way up to here. There was a lot of damage that was done by shutting down the world. And this is no comment of what was done was right, wrong, or indifferent. These are just the facts. There was a lot of damage done to a lot of small businesses that, didn't get the PP loans they needed or deserved. Meanwhile, you had a lot of dirt bags that never needed them, from politicians to sports figures like Tom Brady, for example, got a few $100,000 in PPP loans. that got those PPP loans. So now you got all these people that don't need money getting money printed to them nonstop. The people that do need money didn't really get what they needed. So now you get inflation to go off the charts, but that inflation doesn't come home to roost till here-ish, all right, and then really starts to show its face here. And so the people that didn't get the help that they needed here were crushed all through here and are still being crushed all through here. And those are the people that really support the economy. You know, those people that buy mega yachts and fly their private jets, that doesn't trickle down to you or me. That doesn't trickle down to any of us. So I think that the rooster is still coming home. The rooster's still on its way to roost from the damage that was done from here, the inflation and all the mismanagement. Then you have a massive energy crisis going on in Europe. That is not going away anytime soon unless the entire world decides to reverse course on their stance on how this energy transition and all that stuff like that. Again, this is no comment on whether we should or should not be using oil, gas, or we should or should not be using wind or solar. The facts are wind and solar cannot produce energy like everybody thinks they can. They can't even produce 1/100th of the energy that people think they can. And they're extremely expensive to upkeep. They're extremely expensive to put together. And the infrastructure that we have is being shut down already as far as refineries and things like that go. And that's just going to have to keep working its way through. And that's going to work its way through, you know, people's power bills and all that stuff like that. So I think personally, I think we don't see a market bottom till, I won't say a bottom. I don't think we'll see a turn in the market till next spring, a real turn in the market till next spring. That's when I think we'll finally see a real turn in the market. When a bottom will come, I don't know. I mean, we could have bottomed already. What if we bottomed already and all we do is move in this range for the next 8 months, right? It's still a bear market, but that was the bottom of the bear market, right? So we could come back and test this bottom, and we may never get out of it, and we could still do a bigger range like this, right? Still a bear market, still bottom back here in the end. So I won't pick or choose a bottom. I just think we've got a long ways to go before we see this again. I would be comfortable with throwing a fun prediction of a year out there. And it's just a fun prediction, you know. For all I know, next week, some scientist discovers the secret to unlock everything that we need to fix the world. And euphoria and utopia ensues. Brian, thank you. Like to learn more about what a good swing setup looks like. You know, like a lot of trading questions, I'd call it subjective. However, I can give you what I like in swing trading setups, and then you can do with it what you like from there. So I like to find charts that look like, well, let's see if I can find anything right now. Let me pull up a scan that I used for a couple of years to find some good swing trading setups. It's not really finding much these days. See if there's anything here. Let me change this back to a 15-minute chart. This isn't terrible, but this isn't what I wanted to show. But, you know, let's take a look at this here. We've got this level here that's of interest. And think of support and resistance as spongy zones. They're not exact, all right? But we've got a nice strong move here with the overall market and a pullback not quite as deep as the overall market. We got a very nice move the last 2 days here with the market sideways and down mostly, right? Very nice move in that. So if we were in a stronger market, I would definitely be taking a second look at this and possible entry over that recent high back here, because looking back, when we clear this level, that's the hill we have the potential to march up. And we call that our potential target. I would call this level down here my hard stop. My stops are always hard. There is no negotiating the stop. It is what it is. This is a negotiation, though. If we all of a sudden start to move up and then we look a little wonky, I may take some off the trade, or I may take the whole trade off because I'm not going to hand it back. So my targets, I want to see a good risk to reward on that target. So you can see, you know, where I am here versus where I am here. probably about 1.5 times that size. I like 2 to 1 better, but you know, this isn't terrible to look at. But this is negotiable for me. If I'm up, you know, if I'm up $100 in a trade, and all of a sudden I pull back $30, there's a very good chance that I'm gonna close that trade. You know, if I'm up $100 in a trade and I pull back $15, probably a good chance I'm closing some of those shares right then and there, and I'm on a hair trigger to get rid of the rest. I prefer to let the stops work, but there's, you know, I'm not gonna hand anything back. Now, when we're in a nicer market environment, bull environment, generally speaking, you know, you can allow for a little. I will allow for a little more leeway with a pullback, right? Also, we're in a bull market. I'll probably take a larger share size than I would right now, and then I would be willing to close some of that out into profit right away, and then let the rest of that work a lot more liberally, and then start to bump my stop up too. So those are things that I'd look for, and it's not really a whole lot different than what I look for in a day trade. But I don't need as much liquidity on a swing trade. I don't need as much liquidity or volume. When I say liquidity, I mean the actual shares traded. When I say volume, I'm really looking at relative volume, because they don't exclusively work together in the sense that, you know, for example, look at this stock right here. You know, it's traded 4 million shares today, but it's doing 2 1/3 times what it's normally doing as compared to its 30-day average. Let's look at Apple now. Apple's probably bad because they had their event today. This is going to be stupid, of course, right? All right, not bad. So look at Apple. So the last stock we looked at was doing 2 1/3 more than what it's normally doing to this point in the day. Apple is just doing 0.21 more than what it's normally doing today. But this is traded almost 40 million shares. So relatively speaking, some lower relative volume, even though there's much more liquidity in this stock right now. But, you know, these are all just kind of factors that I think about as I'm going through and looking at things. I'm trying to find, I like a lot of rounded bottoms when I'm looking at swing trades. So, all right, CPRX, this has been coming through the scan a lot over the last couple of months. And you've got this rounded bottom here, and this probably started showing up on the scan here again. I would bet you somewhere in here it showed up again, and it's gone on a nice run. And so, you know, I like this rounded bottom. We could see increasing volume as the buyers came in. That's really great. So look, we bottomed out here, and then all of a sudden the buyers stepped in. Look at that increasing volume as the buyers stepped in and really increased in here. That put us right up over to here, right? And we still got good volume while the price holds up here. So I'd be looking at this, you know, in a now here's the problem with this. This is pharmaceutical, so you got to be careful with this too. Always be careful with pharmaceuticals, because you could go to sleep here at $15 and you could wake up here at $5 tomorrow with pharmaceuticals. And while that could happen with any stock, it's more likely to happen with a pharmaceutical or a bio, you know, any of those things that are, you know, they have medical trials and the FDA approval and all that stuff like that. So, but if we just leave it to a chart and we ignore this part of it for right now, and we just think about it as a chart and, you know, trying to find setups, this could be setting up another nice setup right here. You know, if it can keep and clear this area, I'd like to see a little more volume come back in. And again, if we were in a bull market, I'd be much more interested in it. As a matter of fact, if we were in a bull market, there would be probably a very good chance I'd be putting a position on above 1450 today if we were in a bull market. But we're not. Take a look at a couple more charts here. THM, this is a tough one. So I traded this a whole bunch last year, and we had a nice rounded bottom that happened here. We got stuck up around this level, and then we exploded out of it very nice like. Timer's going off. I'm going to put my earphones in for when Barry comes back. And so we had a very nice explosion move off of that, and then, you know, the market itself started taking a leg down underneath, even though the major averages didn't really fall till after the New Year's. You know, here, this went a little sooner, but that put in a nice move there. I'm now looking at this here, and I see this nice base that's coming in here. and it keeps trying to make these higher highs, right? So again, this is another one. Now, this is not a pharmaceutical. This is actually a lithium miner, I believe, battery manufacturing, something like that. So we clear that area. That could really be on the run, and we're not far off a lifetime high. Stock is generally pretty liquid. Relative volume isn't anything special currently, but it's actually not a bad looking chart, to be honest, or at least as my eyes see it. Now, someone else may look at that chart and say, "What are you talking about? You're an idiot." And
I think it's
they're probably right.
garbage.
Yes, see, Barry thinks it's garbage.
I can't believe how organized you are by having a timer at 12:55. I wondered what that was because sometimes I pop in and I hear it. I thought, what the heck is that? And I don't think it's on my end.
I usually set it to let me know it's 12:55 so that I pay attention.
Funny.
I just, I love to wax poetically about charts and I get lost in the moment.
That's okay. That's okay. I heard, so you said somebody's asking you what you think would be a good swing setup or
Yeah.
what are ideas of swing setups. Yeah.
And the other one that I
right
steal,
person to ask, not
yeah.
me.
Well,
sure.
no, but also some of what I think about it is straight stolen from you. I don't want to see stuff. If I'm getting in a swing setup, I like to enter them towards the close because I like to see stuff that's been in an uptrend, that's been strong and is closing strong. I don't want to buy into weakness, and
Right.
looking at the difference between a weakness and a pullback is also, I don't know, an art or all data or a combination thereof. But and especially in a bear market, if you're gonna try to put a swing trade on, I'm certainly not buying into weakness.
By the way, speaking of that IMRA, boy, if it takes out two again, look out. If you read the news on it, I mean, they received $60 million. It's only 15 million in the float. I think they received a $60 million upfront payment or a 35 up, I think maybe a $35 million upfront payment for selling a drug they've got with 60 million possibility in royalties. So,
Wow.
I mean, yeah, I mean with 15.6 million in the float, and I'm just looking at that the levels here on the daily chart of around 211.
Yep.
You can kind of see if it can take that out. It might have a run to the 250 mark.
You stole the words out of my mouth.
Yeah. I mean, the news is definitely there. So I'm definitely watching this on a two break. Of course, I'm sure this has been in your race all day long too.
Actually, no, because I have a $2 minimum on my race.
Ah,
So
okay.
I have not seen it.
You will then.
At all. Yeah, but I've just now set a price alert just above 2.
Okay. Yeah, it could be interesting.
We'll see what happens. Not too shabby,
Yeah.
not too shabby. So,
all right, my friend, do you want to take off?
Yep. I'll turn it back over to you, and I'll be back in a couple hours to do it all over again.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, have a good one, Barry.
All right, guys, I should be in both rooms now. Just give me a moment as I get rid of my announcement and get some music going. There we are. So, yeah, I was just talking to Chris in the other room about this IMRA. I know you guys have been watching it forever. You can just kind of see if it can find a way to take out that 212 mark on the daily chart. I mean, it's got some room, maybe to the 250 mark. So, and the news looks good, 35 million upfront payment, 60 million potential in royalties, but it's the 35 million, only 15 million in the float. So could be interesting. Could be interesting if it does take out two. Now this TPX has been driving me crazy. I actually got back into this short. I'm basically now flat again, or it's kind of where I entered it again. So now what I'm waiting for to see if I get into those low 80s, maybe now. Maybe now. It's just been hanging around that 27 mark. So, well, let's see now. Maybe this is it. And meanwhile, yeah, while I was gone, what a move in the market at 12:30. big move in the market, wiped out all this. Yeah, I was also watching that BIAF. This is almost a no trader. I mean, this thing is way too crazy. Boy, if this ever gets some volume, guys, the IMRA gets some volume also. Volume tapering off on the 15-minute chart. Obviously, you know, the big volume burst at 9:30 and 9:45. But if it you know keeps getting some volume or starts getting some volume, you can see how it's tapered off on the 15-minute chart. Herman, I'd like to say that there is, and there is. Okay, so first of all, welcome, Herman. Yeah, actually, that's pretty simple. If I right click on an alert window, okay, and click on configure, click on search, I'm going to type in consecutive. I'm assuming you mean four red or four green, right? So 15 minutes right there. So here's consecutive candles. Yes, okay, good. So here's consecutive candles on a 15 minute. So you add the filter. So if you want four, minimum of four, you would just type in four here in the min. And if you want on the downside for red, you type in -4. Okay. So if you want a minimum of four, type in four in the min box. That makes sense. Type in -4 in the max box if you want red candles. Okay, so if I did that too quickly, so go to an alert window, right click, or a top list window. Okay, you got it? Great. Boy, this TPX, what do you think, Real? Are you still, this is just grinding here. Ugh, look at BIAF now. Wow. What a fake out. The only reason I would be interested in this one at all was because of what happened with SHPH, just to see if you could have any sort of sympathy play with it. But man, ugly, 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 ugly. Hey guys, AZRE may not be over. Somebody said earlier. I mean, it's curled around here, so it may not be over. I mean, there's still room for it to run. 561, sorry, 1041 is the next high looking left, so that's an understatement. I'm not saying it's going to get to 10. What did I say? 10. I'm sorry, 576. 576. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but that's about $1 away. That's the next high looking left. Yeah, I just got to break down through it, right? Yeah. Got to break down through it. I mean, it did, it did briefly. It got down to what, 70? All right, did it get down to 80? It did break it briefly, but just not a massive break yet. Okay, so are you talking about, say, in an alert window, you want a different color? Say, for instance, I've got green here, Davis. And by the way, hi, Davis. I've got this sort of a pink here. Is that what you mean? From in an alert window? So I have to know what window you're talking about. Are you talking about, well, okay, but in an alert window, an A window? But okay, take a look in the upper left-hand corner. Is it an A or a T? In the upper left-hand corner of the scan, that's a T window. Okay. So let's take, might be a little more difficult, but yeah, this is a little more difficult. Man, how am I going to do this? Just give me a moment, okay? I'm going to bring up okay, so here is so how would orange do? This is a topless window. This is what I use in the pre-market. I've got green and I've got orange as an example. No, I did this, oh, I don't know, 100 years ago. Ah, right. Okay. Well, here's a simple way that I can do it for you, okay? Without getting into this, I mean, coloring in a topless window, I mean, some people like the gradient and all. I've never liked the gradient. So how about orange? Does that work for you? Okay. So what if I give you this window? Okay, I give you this, and then you can adjust your filter settings because, okay, I mean, I know it's a bit of a pain, but I can give you this. Yeah, you might even like this one, and then all you have to do is just, put your filter settings in, and at least you're going to have the right combination. As long as this isn't the down, okay? So I'm assuming you want, so I'll give you this. Whoa, not pin though, just a minute. Okay, and then you can, so at least you'll have the right color, and then you just have to add in your filters for what you want. Boy, I haven't, looked at colors in a topless window forever. Let me know if that works out for you, okay? If it doesn't, then I'll show you exactly how to, perhaps get an orange or some other color. I agree with you though. I don't like red. Then of course, yeah, change the title. I haven't looked at Bitcoin in a long time. BITO. Let's take a look at BITO. Yeah, doing nothing. So yeah, Davis, let me know if that worked. If it didn't work, then I'll try to run you step by step how to create an orange, say an orange color or any other color other than red. Definitely way easier in an alert in an alert window. All right, guys. Well, I don't see too much on the. I'm just not. I'm just not too committed to going along anything. Not a bad bounce for you on the ZEV. I can see that. Lots of resistance around 236 from your bounce plays. Wow, that is not weak yet, boy. I know you. Somebody's shorting this. I don't William, but that is not weak yet. See, this is why it can be difficult, guys. So, I mean, I do have these scans. I am sharing these scans. This is from Zach. Okay, I would call this only for advanced traders. I mean, they're not easy because here's an alert you get. These are potential tops. Okay, so you're looking at maybe short. You get an alert for Rita at 25.82 at 12:58. Less than about a minute later, it's at 26.48, and now it's at 26.83. So you get this first alert. You wonder, okay, should I short it here? Do I short it here? Do I short it here? I mean, it's not easy, guys. And you mentioned that, yeah. So one of the things, one of the things Zach will talk about is not shorting something that has, really good news. I mean, you can always try to pick a top, yes. Well, look at Bed Bath and Beyond. What is it going to do tomorrow? So when it took out yesterday's high, no 775, it really, really soared from there. Wasn't the C? It wasn't the CEO. It was the CFO. But it's pretty awful. Don't know, Michael. I don't really. I mean, if I look for news on something and I can't find anything and it's moving higher, I don't try to analyze why. Is it because of this or that? I'm talking to someone in a YouTube room. Just accept it. I mean, somebody said yesterday they hired TUP hired some new PR guy. Maybe the news wasn't. Maybe that's not who they wanted. I don't know. Maybe the guy's got a bad reputation. I don't know. Text is still the same. Really? How's that possible? Give me your settings for the down gappers, okay? Actually, just can you give me a cloud link? Give me a cloud link for the down gappers, if you don't mind. If you know how to do that. Like not don't give me the one that you created from mine. Give me your original one, okay, Davis? If you can give me the cloud link for it so I can load it. AVDL. Wow, right at the 200-day moving average. Underneath the 200-day moving average. Next low looking left is wow, 507. Is that right? Yeah, 507. This got room underneath, guys. AVDL as it starts to move down. Okay, well, all you have to do, you said that you have a top list scan that has red for the symbols. So you just have to find it, of course. Quick way to do it, if maybe you've minimized it, if you click on new, or sorry, click on Windows and then show all, okay, and it should be it has to be somewhere as long as you haven't closed it down. Now, if you X'd it out and closed it down, hopefully you saved it to the cloud first so you can bring it back. So if you click on Windows and show all and you don't see it somewhere, and it could be, I don't know how many monitors you got, but remember, it could be hidden behind. One of the things I do is I don't know if you can see on my screen, I've got trade ideas as right here, down here. So now you can't really see it. Let me back this off. So if I do this, if I hover over it, I see my windows that I've got. Okay, all the trade ideas windows that I've got. If you have the same thing, sort of pin it to the taskbar, and then you can just find it. And then when you if you do find it, hopefully you can find it. Then all you have to do then is when you find, okay, great. Now right click on it and then say save or share to cloud. Okay, you click on that, say save or share to cloud, and then click on save and share. Now you share it. Now then you paste it into the room. Control V it into the room. Basically, save and share means now you've copied the link. There you go. Oh, and it's a layout. Oh well. Okay, I think. Yeah. Oh. Okay, so you were talking here. This is not a. This is the race. These are the. No, good for you though. You were able to create a dock layout, so you're probably more advanced than 90% of our subscribers. Not that you have to have a dock. So if you're talking about being able to change these, you can't yet anyway. Okay, you're talking about changing. Yeah, I agree. I agree. It's a little bit blurry. I do agree. Yeah, that is not a top list window. This is a top list window. Um, in the top list window, you could do it, but here you can. In the race, you cannot. A little more work. So understand you cannot change the red text here. You can do it in the T section, but it requires a little bit. So let me see if I can do it for you. Um, just but then you'd have to put it back into the dock. Well, let me see if I can do it for you here. I haven't done this for so long. Oops. All right. I might have to send you to somebody else. So I haven't changed colors for so long in a top list window. Just give me one more shot at it. Ah, I know what I did. Just a minute. It's so cumbersome. I really wish they would change this, but okay. Okay, so is it? Whoops. So I was able to change this, but to change the actual symbols, I'm not 100% now sure you can do it that way. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure the way this is. You see, I don't think you can change these. What you can do, I don't think you can change all this. You can change, of course, what I did is the orange here. This is, man, I wish I, this is sort of a new feature because you don't have to have this, okay? You don't have to have all of this information here. You could just have the symbol, I believe, but if I could figure out how to get rid of that. All right, you've intrigued me here. Yeah, this is some kind of an option, in the top list windows that you can have the symbol, you can have the price, you can have what it's down and all of this. And a lot of people don't want that. All they want is the symbol. I can't remember. Right click the symbol column. There we go. You see, I knew Pepe would. I don't even use this. And get rid of symbol plus. So logo only, or even no, well, logo, no logo. There we go. Okay, so now what's normal? I'm not 100%. I like all this. Off. There we go. Yay! Off. Okay. Yeah, I think it gets too jumbled. Okay, so I can do this for you. Okay. Here is your down gappers. If I give this back to you, would you know how to put it back into your dock? This is your dock here. So what you would do is you could get rid of it. Well, why don't I do it for you? Okay, I'll do it for you. So I'm going to get rid of this. Ooh, no, I can. Okay, duplicate into pre-market. Okay, so that's yours. I'll get rid of this. Thing is, you're going to want it. You're going to want it here too. So all you have to do, as Pepe says, click on the symbol plus off. Okay. But if you do it here, if you just use yours off, it's still going to be red. Oh, it isn't going to be red. It is not going to be red. Okay, let's just do it. Just do it that way. It's not red. Okay, that makes it easy for me. Okay, so click on the right click on the symbol header, symbol plus off. Well, you should say off and say off both times. I just think it's way too much noise. Okay, we good? Thank you, Pepe, as usual. Okay, good. Well, TPX, I'm just gonna maybe just forget about you. It's not, I mean, it may bounce off that, real is right. It might bounce off that 10 SMA, but it's so darn boring. I'm gonna give it just a little bit longer. Gets into the 27s, I'm definitely turfing it. Okay, an idea, maybe Tupperware. I don't know. TUP. It's flirting again with that 250 or 850 mark. Tupperware, not Yupperware. Tupperware. TUP. So it is again flirting with that 850 mark. Okay. So it is it still halted? AMLX? AMLX. I'm just looking here. I don't see it in my halts resumes, but that's okay. AMLX. When did it get halted? I'm just looking at my, oh, there it is. Oh, way back here. Way down here. At 9:55. Wow, that's a long time ago for us. Yeah, I know. Yeah, news pending. I know it's not a volatility halt. Hey guys, Tupperware again. It's now it's through that 850 mark. TUP briefly. They said RE guys, it's got that still got that look about it. I mean, it's got that area of 576. That one was holding the 10 SMA. Well, I'll put an alert. I mean, sure, it's going to move either up or down. So from that 1790, so I'll just put an alert underneath, a little bit underneath, a little bit overneath for the AMLX. And when it starts to trade, we'll know about it. Hmm. Oh yeah, Apple event today. Well, guys, I'm not really finding too much right now. Oh, but wow, that SHPH though, again, super risky. Look at what it's doing. I mean, it came off that super risky, super risky. All traders are looking at that at 46. Super risky though. I don't trade options, no. Yeah, so we don't scan for options at all, okay? We have some option filters that may help you find stocks or find potential option plays, but we don't scan for options. So this is what we do. So and some who play options will use these filters and say, they're not bad in terms of helping. So we have the put call ratio, some obvious ones. We have the put call ratio. Option volume today is the average number of contracts over the last 10 days. Then we have the option volume today. Again, these are totals of puts and calls. Put volume, call volume today. This is the key filter, the option volume today percent. So for instance, if a stock over the last 10 days has traded an average of 2,000 contracts, total puts and calls, 2,000 contracts, if you use this filter and you put say 300 here as a percent, 3 as a ratio, it's the ratio of 3 of course, then that stock that has traded on average 2,000 contracts will have to be trading 6,000 today. Okay? So at least what that can do, it can help you find stocks that are having abnormal option activity. Now, if that helps you trade the option itself, great. I know there are people in the room that I don't know if they're here today, but people have told me that at least helps them to find stocks that are having abnormal option activity. Okay. So again, I went over that pretty quickly. So again, if you take an alert window or a top list window and you right click on configure, and then click on search, and then just type in options, and here's where you see that. Again, that's the key one. The option volume percent. So you can experiment 300%, 400%. You want to see something having, an extraordinary option day. The higher the number. Well, I actually do, based on that type of scan. Let me just do a quick look. Moving higher with unusually strong options volume. Okay. Now you can, if you take a look at it, you'll see the price range that I've got. You'll see, you know how to check the setup, right? Just when you get it, just right click and click on summary, and then you'll see exactly what it's looking at. And then you can, of course, adjust. If you have a different price range you want, different minimum number of contracts, things like that. So this is what I mean. So that's it. So if you right click and then click on configure and then click on the summary and you'll see what it's looking for. So you may have, just give me a moment here, guys. Okay, I'm out of the TPX, guys. So you may want to have a different price range. I've also got the relative volume is at least 3. So, I mean, these are stocks that are going to be very active and also with options. You might want to have more, you might want to have a higher minimum number of contracts that you're basing that 300% on. In other words, if you put 4,000 contracts and you use that 300%, it's up to you. Of course, it's up to you. And then the stock has to be up from the close if you don't care about that. But that's what it's looking at. So you look at the option volume at 8%. I mean, that's 1,700%. Okay. So it's 17 times normal option activity. It's only 3,200 contracts, but that represents 17 times. Okay. Well, it shouldn't lag. I mean, those are filters, okay? Those are filters. So, and then afterwards you need, some kind of a trigger. Now, the trigger I was using and what I gave you is a new high for the day. You may want something else, like a new 5-minute high or a new 10-minute high or 30-minute high, things like that, okay? That again is up to you. But the trigger is real time. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay. Sam, I don't know what you mean. Current with no delays. I haven't seen well, I haven't seen any delays. So I'm not 100% sure what you mean. If you're talking about our charts, okay, if you're gonna, and I hate to use the word nitpick, I mean, if you look at a chart, we may be a penny or two off sometimes because, but I mean, it's certainly not, it shouldn't make any difference. I mean, if you're talking about scalping a penny here or there, Sam, that might be an issue, but to me, it's just not an issue. Oh, the price alerts window, that I don't know, Sam. I've never really seen that, so I don't have, I really haven't noticed that it's behind. But if you think it's behind, then why don't you just send something to support at trade-ideas.com? Yeah, I just haven't really noticed that. Yeah, you did say that. Where's it going? I mean, this is a snoozer. I mean, up, okay. I like a man with conviction. Well, I shouldn't say it like that. I like a person with conviction. All right, guys, let's see. AERC, this one. Haven't seen this one for a long time. At the lofty heights of 23 a long time ago, back down to 3. Amazing, isn't it? Boy, this is, yeah, this is biggest move we've seen in a while, guys, from the SPY. Something happened here. Give me a moment. Well, this is also holding the 10 SMA. IMRA. It's also holding the 10 SMRA so far anyway on the 15-minute chart. Yeah, GSAT halted for news. Yes, we've got a few news halts. All right, guys, give me a moment. It's 1:55. I'm going to put myself on mute for about 5 minutes or so. Okay, I'm back. LTRPA. I haven't seen this one for a while. This can be a crazy, has been a crazy one. I think, I'm thinking of something else perhaps. This one's on the move, guys. Bumble, BMBL is on the move. BMBL. Boy, look at this market. Wow. I haven't seen a day like this in a long time. Well, it seems like a long time anyway. Probably we had a day like this, yeah, about a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago or so, but this is a nice, nice move today. Will it last? Boy, this IMRA is just crazy. I mean, this will not want to take out two in any great way. All right, let's take a look at Apple. I never look at Apple, but let's take a look at Apple. Shouldn't say never, but rarely do I look at Apple. Yeah, I mean, not a bad little move. Just not exciting enough for me. These percentage moves because of that float, unless something extraordinary happens. All right, SHPH again at that 38 level. Risky, 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 but you know what? Get rid of my announcement. Well, Real was right. TPX is still moving higher. I mean, I don't know if the market is dragging it. I mean, it can't hurt. This market, look at this market go. Wow. All right, SHPH. Yeah, so if you're wondering why every now and then I just put, well, I do take a little walk, stretch the muscles, but I like to do a little bit of trading completely on my own. Is D Pro too low for me? I don't know. I know I saw it up here somewhere. I thought. Yeah, I mean it's okay. I mean it's over $1, but where's it going to go? I mean, I look at the daily chart. I mean, look at all the obstacles it could have, in my opinion, anyway. Just in my opinion, of course. One moment, please. Okay, guys, back. So again, Teddy, I had a question. Is DPro too low for me? It's not. It's not that it's too low. I mean, I don't often see stocks that are just around $1. My issue with it more though is where can it go? I look at the daily chart, and yes, I mean, is this absolutely going to block it? But look at all the stuff that's between 106 and 116. 10 cents. To me, I mean, it's just got a lot of stuff to get through. So that's why it doesn't interest me. If somehow we look left and all of this stuff that we see was underneath this current price, and if I look left and the next high I saw was like 385, that'd be awesome, of course. So it's not just that it's too low for me. And anything over $1 I will look at, but I just look left and I just think, well, it's just tough getting through all this. Okay, guys, I mentioned this Bumble earlier, but let's take a look left. 25.52. Yeah, so again, I just look at all this stuff it might have to get through. So it might do it, but it just doesn't interest me then. BMBL. Yeah, it's just too extended, unfortunately. VLCN, too extended. I mean, it's just we should probably could have seen it here earlier in the race around 250, maybe, but just too extended for me now. So with the QNRX, as I've just clicked on it, I mean, it hasn't moved for quite a while, hasn't won a race for quite a while, but you can kind of see if it can take out 420, it might get rolling again. I mean, it's still positive, it's still 20% up. Again, the only reason I see that it's doing this is because some company called Alliance decided to put a $20 price target on them. That's the only reason I can see. I have no idea, Jamie. Yeah, I have no idea about the GSAT halt. I don't know if there's another website that you can look at that might say maybe NASDAQ might say, but or Amex, I guess, but I don't know. The most recent up. Oh, I think Jamie knew that. I think he knew it was a news halt, but I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room, organize my brokerage plus to show the most recent updated time. The most recent updated time. I don't even have time on here. So is it a column? I don't even know. In orders. Oh, okay, orders. Ah, I see. Okay, I see. In orders. I guess not. No, there's no. I don't think there's any. I mean, we don't have anything. The only time we've got is time in force, and so I guess the answer is no. Why would you be here though? I'm trying to figure out why would you be here rather than just in your positions? I'm sorry, do you want to cancel an order? Is that what you mean? You just want to cancel? Ow, guys, okay, SPH. Sorry, guys. I mean, SHPH. You want to cancel an order? Is that what you're actually trying to do though? Like force a cancel? Is that what you mean? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Oh, okay. Well, I can show you how you can do that, and it won't matter about the time. Let's just say I want to put an order here for GSAT. Okay, I'll click the buy button. Okay, just give me a moment because I reloaded Brokerage Plus. Just give me a moment, okay? Okay, so let's just say I click the buy button here for GSAT. I place an order above the current price, okay? So $1.92. So now I go to my orders and here it is. And now all I have to do is right click, cancel the order. Is that what you mean? So if the order is showing here, there it is, 217. I just did it. That's where I put this conditional buy order in. But all I have to do is right click and cancel order to buy. Um, I don't know why you would need the update time. I don't know what that, I mean, that just, I guess that's the last time you did anything. So that update time has no relevance to the current time. And I don't think there's any way to change that to the current time. Not sure that, like, again, why would you need that anyway? Just curious. All right, let's put the 40 brake on this thing. So to Jordan, did I read that correctly, that you'd be looking at this to take at 40? That you're looking to take, yeah, I was talking to you, Jordan, that you're looking to take this SHPH at 40? Oh, no, okay, okay. I thought I was reading something about that earlier. I see. Yeah, I don't think there's any way around that, Keyshawn. And of course, that means you probably got a lot of orders. You're in the simulator, I'm assuming. Yeah, I don't think there's any way around that. But the last order, I mean, so what you're saying, okay, I think I understand. You've got a bunch of pending orders, then you've made some other, and so you have to go and find the one that you want to cancel. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't think there's any way around that. Other than, I mean, maybe if you double left click on the updated column or the open time, I notice that it does sort. Maybe that's how you can try. Okay, maybe I don't know if that's going to help you or not, but if you double left click on the column, the updated column, it'll sort on the time. Maybe that helps. Oh, okay. Now, to answer your question, Mr. Trading Student, I've made a symbol list and tick marked the list in configuration. Stocks which I were not added in the symbol list are appearing in the top list. Okay, I'm not sure. I'm trying to a little bit to decipher what you're saying. So when you say you made a symbol list, and then for instance, here's this, so this is my top list window. These are my like symbols, configure, and symbol list, and I have checked only the following lists. And so that is my symbol list that's attached to the top list window. So are you saying that stocks outside of a symbol list that you created are appearing, even though you have checked only the following lists? And that is 100%. Not doubting you, but you sure you don't have something else perhaps checked? Because it's now are you using my liked? I don't mean my liked, but are you using the my liked symbol list? In other words, are you clicking on hearts, or is it a symbol list that you created yourself? Okay. And so when you go and edit it, just for fun, if you click on tools, and then symbol lists, and you go and find it. Okay, you go and find it, and then edit it, click on edit, and here, now that's a huge list. So let me, first 2 minutes, okay, so edit it. So are you saying that there are stocks that are not in this symbol list that are showing up? Okay, it's, unless you see, the problem is that your symbol list is yours, and I cannot check it. because you can't give me your top list and copy it over to me, and then I can take a look to see if the same thing's happening. It just seems, now sometimes, I mean, sometimes when you delete something from the list, it might take a bit to for the system to, I mean, is this something that is, kind of rephrase this. How often do you edit your symbol list? In other words, taking symbols in and out. Well, I'm assuming you've added the list. I mean, you said that where's my symbol list? I mean, you said you did this, right? Configure symbol list, only the following list as a drop down, only the following list. And then you've checked whatever that symbol list is. And then you said, okay. So that means that symbol list has been attached to your top list window, and it should only be looking at those symbols. It's going to be hard for me to do anything because I can't see your symbol list. And I don't, I mean, I know Zach is saying take a screenshot of it, but I mean, depending how many you've got in there, but there's no way to look at level 2 in trade ideas. No, your broker will have that if you're interested. You probably know that, but it's a question we get a lot. So we don't have level 2. Ah, okay, good. Good, 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 good. You were checking exclude the following list. Okay. Okay, good. Ah, well, after 10 minutes, you could have asked me instead of spending an hour, but that's okay. I know it's sometimes when you figure it out on your own, it's a little more self satisfying, but still. Excuse me, sorry. Well, the spread is even not bad right now for the SHPH. 3 cents. Now it's 10 cents, but almost unheard of. Yeah, I mean, you're right. I mean, it's anything's possible with this one, with the float, of course, a low float. Mainly though, because traders are looking at that craziness. We got the 126 3 days ago, and even today, getting up to 45, 46. That's what traders are looking at. Man, are we going to see 400 today? What'll be interesting is tomorrow, assuming we don't get a big sell-off today in the last hour and a half. It'll be interesting to see what happens tomorrow with this with the market. All right, guys, in about half an hour, I'll probably put myself on mute. So until then, just quickly go over my homepage and the information you can find on my homepage. Okay, so when you click on my homepage, this is what you're going to see. There's the promo code, the old promo code. So for 15% off, you click on Get Trade Ideas, just to give you an idea about how much Trade Ideas does cost. We have 4 plans: annual, premium, standard, and annual and premium. Premium and standard for annual and monthly. So the premium annual is 2,000 less the 15%. Standard is 1,000 less the 15%. Okay. Big difference is the AI. AI had a good trade in this QNRX, because the alert was at 404, and I think I got up before, got out at 474. So I mean, that was a good trade. And not too much action though. What I would do though is do not take out an annual subscription unless you're absolutely sure you want the program. You have to check our terms and conditions for refunds. Okay, so do not take out a net. Ooh, there we go. All right, guys. So start off. Start off with the monthly. Okay. 118, 228, you can apply the 15% to the first month only. And if you decide though you want to take out an annual later, we'll honor the 15%. Okay, so there's no mad rush to take out an annual. Make sure you want the program, because you have to check our terms and conditions for our refunds. You have the program for a couple of months and you decide, A, it's not for you, or you're not trading anymore, or for whatever reason, you're not getting a refund. Okay, is going to flat out say it. So, most of our customers, I believe, are a month to month. So there's nothing wrong with being a month to month. And of course, if you take out a subscription, you're going to go right to the education section after. You can sign up for my stock of the day video right there, all free. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning, but an hour before. It is free. And then here is the education section. Here's our user guide. You don't have to learn everything about trade ideas, but you should do the getting started. It'll take you about 30 minutes right from scratch. In other words, talks about the download and install and your first startup and login, etc. You should know what an alert window is. You should know what a top list window is, and you should know what stock racing is all about. Everything else you can pick up later, but make sure you get this down: alert windows, top list windows, and stock racing. Okay. There's that getting started series again. Daily support. So today, Chris will be in our room, YouTube room. I'll shut the main room down at about 3:30. Chris will take over in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30. Okay, and he does that Monday to Friday. And the daily webinars. So they're canceled this week. We've got some people on vacation, etc. So they're canceled this week. They should resume again next week. But you can sign up for them all right here. Back to basics, Michael Noss. If you're new to trading, guys, Michael Noss at Trade Ideas. This is not third party. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. Okay, I really encourage you to take a look. Encourage you to take a look at this if you are new to trading. Then my scans. So you want my scans? Here they are. This is the race mode that you see. Then I've got my large cap gainers on my other monitor. I have very few alert windows left. I do have the 10-day daily breakouts and downs, very few alerts, so I'm not distracted from the racing at all. The single stock window. This is the single stock window that you see here. It's customizable. This is what I like to see, but all these, what you see here, like the position in the 20-day range and the VWAP, etc., these are just filters. So for instance, if I right click configure, and then these are all of the filters. These are all of the filters, okay, that you could have here. This is just what I like to see, but you can of course adjust it. But if you like what I have, then I'm sharing it. Oops. Pre-market actives up and down. This is what I use in the pre-market, just to kind of check out to see, what stocks might be interesting once the market opens. The halts resumes, that is over here. Is showing you stocks when they get halted and then when they resume. So I do have a couple of scans. I have a momentum scan that I'm sharing. And also the basic new highs and lows, and that's exactly what it is. It's just basic new highs and lows. And then I also have Zach's bouncers and toppers, and I always, this is for, I would call, advanced traders. Okay, those of you looking for stocks that might be wanting to bounce, or stocks that might have topped out and you're looking to short. I would call this for advanced traders. So a lot of information here, education and my scans. Save my link, then you can look at it anytime you want. Well, I have no, okay, I have a question from our YouTube room regarding GSAT. What's my thought? I haven't, well, I had to wait for it to open. So I mean, I don't know how, I don't know how it's going to react once it opens. I mean, it's obviously Apple News, but so I mean, I'm not trying to dismiss it, but I have no thoughts really. I mean, it's nice, Apple, yes, GSAT, yes. How it opens, let's see. It's not that I would ever say, oh yeah, that's fantastic news. So when this opens, everybody should be buying it. Of course not. I don't mean, of course, not to buy it, but I would never say anything like that. And it's been halted since 1:53, so quite a while now. I mean, it looks good. I mean, obviously it looks, like good news. Apple picks Globalstar for satellite services for iPhone 14 series. I mean, but as we know, There's your news. What will be the reaction once it opens? So William, I take it you don't have trade ideas. I mean, you just have to look at a chart. I mean, history, I mean, I can go back as far as you want, but if we look at a weekly chart, it had a high of 278 this week here. That would have been September of last year. And, back here in 21, February, we had another high of 298, $3. So yeah, so, okay. So that, I mean, if you look left, I mean, again, there's I guess a recent high for a weekly chart, but that's back in September of 2021, last year. The high was 278. Yeah, no point I mean, it's kind of fun, yes, but yeah, if you cannot short it in your account, I wouldn't even waste time in the simulator. No, I understand, William. Yeah. So hopefully you heard what I said regarding GSAT. Back in, again, last year, September of last year, there was a high of about 278. Now, you just have to wait to see how it's going to open. When it's going to open, I don't know. I don't know if there's if there's actually anywhere you can find out when it's going to, no, I don't mean you, but a person. Now, the other thing, William, when you say you were getting hammered because of the GSAT, does that mean you didn't have a stop? I'm just out of curiosity, when somebody says you were getting hammered with it, that usually means to me that you didn't have a stop. Well, you know what though, Mohammed, even if you had a broker that had shorts for SHPH, I mean, you're talking about something that is incredibly whippy. Okay, so even if you had shorts at not center and point, even if they were cheap shorts, if IB had shorts, I think IB has had shorts. This is a hard trade. Okay, this is a really really hard trade, both on the short and the long side. So I mean, you're talking about something that is really difficult to trade. I mean, it's very whippy. I mean, it can move $1.50 in a heartbeat. Depends where you're going to put your stop, things like that. I mean, I'll be totally honest. I traded this one, okay? And when I put myself on mute for a bit, I figured out a way that how I wanted to trade it. Um, but it wasn't easy. It was not easy. I don't know if the spy. I mean, the spy may be a little bit tired. I mean, these are not wide candles anymore, but I don't see a massive sell-off yet. Now, this could be a rinse repeat because I'm looking at this level here for SHPH, right about here. Could it pull back to that level around 35.50 and maybe hold there? I don't know. Okay, guys. I'm gonna put myself on mute now. I'm here. You just have to, if you have any questions, of course, I'll pop in if I see anything I'm interested to comment on. But otherwise, I think I'll just put myself on mute. I mean, it's a great time to ask questions about trade ideas or something you're having problems with. Yeah. I always tell I'm a little bit tired when I just deleted what I wrote on mute. All right, let me answer Teddy. Why is Snap not in your races? Well, it's hard. Are you talking? Excuse me. Do you have my race? Only thing I can think of is that the relative volume is low. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know why Snap. I mean, it looks like it could have been. I mean, I see it in the list here. I do see it in the list. So I don't know. I see it in the list, but I can't explain exactly why. Yeah, something is preventing it. I just can't answer it. I don't know why. But I mean, it's definitely in the list. So there it is right there. I sorted it in alphabetical order, so that's why I can see it. But yeah, well, every now and then I guess something like that is going to happen. I can't explain it. Okay, so I'm back on mute. Yeah, I'm here.
I was wondering. I was waiting.
I
Playing
was
chicken
gonna, I
with
was
you.
gonna keep you in suspense.
I'll go ahead and swap the screen for you.
All right. Thank you, Christopher.
You got it, my friend. And
All right.
you're off and running.
Okay. Thanks a lot. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Sounds good, Barry. Take care.
Okay, bye-bye.
All right, everybody. I am back. 1 second to settle here. And wow, what a difference a couple of hours makes. And here's why I don't like predictions. Who had this on their bingo card that the SPY would do this? I don't know if someone said something. I didn't, I haven't seen anything on the Twitter box as I was scrolling through. It's a lot of down days. So today, is in an oversold bounce. I don't know. I didn't think we'd get an oversold bounce yet. I thought by the time we got a real bounce, I mean, this is a pretty significant bounce to say the least, 2%. I thought we'd be somewhere down here when we got an actual bounce, but it is what it is. Here we are, and we'll just see what that holds for the next couple of days rolling forward. I mean, nothing has changed as far as any of the markets or anything like that go. Curious what Apple did. They had their event today, so Apple up 1 1/3%. So that's going to really bolster what's going on. So how big of a role does this play here? What's Tesla doing? Tesla's up pretty big, 3 1/4%. I'm not sure why. I don't know if there really is a reason why. I know Goldman Sachs. I think Goldman Sachs put something out about Tesla, so I guess that would have to play a role. They love to manipulate markets. So all right. I mean, I'd say that's your two big reasons that the market itself is up. Those two stocks is what's got the overall market up. Let's look at Meta real quick. Facebook, whatever it's called. Up 1.38%. So tech in general is having a nice bounce. All right, so there's a big move in Snap. I mentioned that earlier. That I keep waiting. That move came, but I was not prepared for it. I was away from the desk on a break, and that came shooting through. So that was fairly interesting, I would say. Again, is it which one's the horse, which one's the cart? Is it the market overall, or is it these tech stocks? I don't think Snap is really something that's leading the market, obviously, but Apple and Tesla, Facebook, Google, those are ones that would lead the market versus the market leading them. So, anyways, it's for the bears, a bad thing. For the bulls, a good thing. As I always like to say, I gain nothing I gain nothing from a bear market. Like everybody else, I take a hit. So we'll just have to see. Oh, Mike, see what's happening. No favorite trade today. The only things that I liked never really did, or I just didn't get to participate in them. I missed. I had a price alert on INDI down here, somewhere down here, and I missed that. Would have been a nice. I don't know. Would I have gotten 15 cents of the move? Would I have gotten 20 cents of the move? Would I have gotten 25 cents of the move? I don't know. But, just a little move there. Somewhere around the 855 level, I had a price alert ready to go off. So, where would I have exactly entered? I don't know, 860. Where would I have exited? 880, 885. Not setting the world on fire, but it was, nice clean chart looking there on that 15-minute chart for a while. That was really it. You know, I had a price alert for HIMS here at 620. Same thing. I didn't. I just didn't get it. Actually, when it made this move, it was during the live session at noon that I was doing, and as anyone that knows me knows that I'm not trading that. I don't trade those hours really. So IMRA, this was one Barry had mentioned earlier. I'd never really saw it until Barry made mention of it today because it's under $2. Just been fighting around this level here all day, so that's interesting. File sending order. No, that shouldn't mean that you ran out of money. I'm not sure exactly what that's saying though. I need to see the full files, and also seeing what the trading instructions are would help. I'm guessing that's from one of your own strategies because I don't see that as a Holly alert. If you want to send over another copy of the files from today, mentioning that, and if you can share with me the instructions from that strategy. So like if you go to if you go here and you go to edit trading strategy, if you can take some screenshots of order details would probably be good. Risk management too, if you while you're at it, just to have for fun, so I can match things up. You can also see you can see an account summary. So you can go to hold on, let me. So you can go here to summary, or you can go to accounts. I'm sorry, you can go to accounts, and you can see here. Oh, it's not saying account value. I wonder if that's a bug. Funds available. Okay, let me know if you see that there, because I don't see it here in mine, and I'm wondering if this is a bug. I don't really use the simulator, so I wouldn't, it's not something that jump out at me, and no one else has reported this, but there should be items in all of this stuff, and there isn't. All right. Okay, you see the value. Interesting. Then some reason I am hung up here and it's not giving me what I'm supposed to see. This is strange. I wonder if it's because I'm in privacy mode. Yep, that's exactly why. It was privacy mode was blocking it. Solved my own problem. So account value, buying power, that should all be there. Interesting. Antonio, happy hump day. Yes. I sound like I could be on Top Gun. All right. I wouldn't mind getting a paycheck from that. That would be kind of nice. So sorry, just confirming that it was privacy mode that was causing me the issues there. knowing if I have to file a bug report. So it looks good now. All right. Sony. Let's take a look at Sony. No. I mean, maybe, but I don't like charts that look like this. You know, looking back here, going back past a year, I don't see any support for it right now. We're in a wicked downtrend. There's nothing about, like, you might get, you know, you're going to get maybe a relief bounce, but I wouldn't say it's a revision to the mean. I mean, what is even the mean on this, right? I mean, you know, if we come from the top, where do we even draw that line? You know, where's that trend line? Is this that trend line and it broke back here and it's going to break back below it again? You know, is this it here? Because you got to get 2 touches at least. I would say this. Maybe if you're trying to look and get an idea of support, you're going to need to throw up a weekly chart. And you know, when you got to start going back to weekly charts, no, there's not even anywhere. There's no support on this at all. I wouldn't even know where to look for support. I was going to say what you could do is you can go put the anchored VWAP from the recent high. Right? I mean, look how far underneath on a weekly chart you are from that recent high, or the most recent high. But you're making new lows right now on a weekly chart anyways. Put this back on a daily chart and realize that that's essentially the beginning of the chart. Huh, interesting. So I mean, look how far you are off that anchored VWAP. And hold on, let me get rid of that VWAP. I want to redraw it. I mean, you're playing a dangerous game of bottom fishing with Sony. And I say that, I mean, it could make it up to 80 by Friday for all I know. But I don't like stocks and downtrends like this. I just don't like them. There's nothing, there's no support below this whatsoever. Support is 0 right now. I mean, yeah, you could do that. I mean, you know, if you've got a trading plan, you've got something that you believe. I mean, if the whole market bounces, I guess Sony would participate. But I mean, that's a gap down and kind of faded still after the gap down yesterday, and then a gap down in reverse today. So you're gonna run into resistance up here, which is nowhere near the mean. I mean, the mean's somewhere up here. So if you're playing for a bounce play, I mean, you've got a lot of levels ahead of you that are going to be an issue with the market just not bouncing, not a real bounce, because it's a bear market. No matter what bounce we get right now, it's a bear market up until SPY takes out 470, which is not going to happen, I would say, within the next 4 months. But I mean, look, you stick a stop down there, you follow that stop, the market bounces for a day or two, you're probably going to do okay. I don't, you know, there's no guarantee, obviously. You know, I don't know what Sony's got going on for themselves. You think Powell is peaking at 10 o'clock tomorrow? Is he making peaking duck? No, I'm teasing. Is he speaking tomorrow? I didn't have it on the Fed calendar. I don't think I did. I don't remember. And you got Vice Chair Barr, Vice Chair for Supervision Barr. He's speaking at the Brookings Institute today. Discussion with Chair Powell. There's a discussion, yeah, tomorrow. Here, this is what there is. This is the link I shared earlier. You bookmark this, then you don't, you'll always, when you have a question, you can just go to it, right? So bookmark that. That's the calendar for the Fed. That's the official calendar for the Federal Reserve. So there's, there's no guesswork here. So yes, he's speaking tomorrow at 9:10 a.m. in Cato Institute, for whatever that's worth. So hold on to your longs. I don't know. Hold on to your shorts, figuratively and literally. Yeah, I mean, it could be. I mean, generally speaking, the market doesn't like when he talks. At least they didn't at the very beginning of his tenure. They've liked it more over the last couple of years, but not over the last couple of, not the last just couple of times he talked. So, make of that what you will. So we got 3:42. So we got 17 minutes and change for the market closes. OMER, that came out of nowhere today. Really no volume in it. I mean, relative volume is there, or not much liquidity. I mean, I wouldn't call that a liquid stock at this point. 600,000 shares traded. Running rate into resistance there at 550, but I don't know. I mean, you can see an increase in volume through here. So this relative volume was probably well under one earlier in the day, I would suspect. Other than that, I mean, you've got this big bounce in the market, but it's like all big names, it seems, because if you look at here, let me bring over my price alerts. If you look at these price alerts that I've had throughout the day, this had a move and then it's kind of stayed around. This had a pop, so it's one of the bigger players out there, right? This had a pop, but earlier in the day, and then it's been sideways, so it didn't really move with the market necessarily. Again, same thing here. This is a big reversal, and then it's kind of sideways as the market was just climbing for the rest of the day. You can see the same thing here. So these smaller cap plays, they're really not participating quite like the bigger boys are. And I say that and keep things relative into perspective. You got a 16% move here, but the charts don't look the same as the SPY chart looks pretty clean right here. Compared to this is a little more whoopy here. So, make of it what you will. I think after we parted ways, MEGL jumped up on one of my scanners, one of those nonsense stocks from a month ago, I guess now. Nice and liquid, but no volume in it. It's got enough data to go back to have the relative volume filter, really fill it out. So I know I'm rambling a little bit here, but I don't have much to go on. So please make sure if you folks have questions, fire those questions away for me. Alrighty, with that said, the market had a slight pullback, and I'm trying to put in a green bar here for the last 15-minute green bar on the SPY. Here's our compare counts. We talked about earlier that the new lows were starting to cross over and outpace the new highs. That was at the noon hour, and we've seen now for a while the new highs have really taken back over here. And on the large caps, the new lows are completely pinned. There are some new lows on the small caps. You can see the large caps are really starting to move here on those new highs. So, and look at those readings. Now this has been going since 9:30 this morning. So I mean that's very, very bullish. It's very bullish right now. So I don't know. Let's see if we can't. We had a really big rundown. Take a look here again. It's a really big rundown off of that. So, I mean, only bigger rundown is that one in this bear market so far with that bounce. So we're getting a bounce now. Getting that bounce around where we needed to get it for the bulls. And again, as I mentioned earlier, what if this is the bottom, but we still don't see that for another year, right? And we just go this way. That's a sideways bear market, that's a lot of pain, a lot of chop and slop. And it's, it makes it interesting because, we're, around 20% off all-time highs, which is a bear market, but it's not like we, holy cow, crashed. And at the same time, people are getting destroyed while we chop sideways and just, a 20 to 25% drawdown versus, something like the Great Financial Crisis or that cut the markets in half or obviously the COVID sell-off that did something similar. So you got the large cap and small caps now both making big moves with the those new lows staying pinned. So let's see how that shapes out.
FUVO.
SPY trying to take out that high of the day here. And FUBO is giving me an alert. Again, I'm not a fan of this chart overall, but they're presenting okay day trading opportunity yesterday. Had a good reversal today. Wasn't going to participate, but rode it back up to almost the high of the day off this reversal here. And I would say that that's a big level looking back. Seems like price likes this level. So it came back and bounced off of there nice. So anyways, I had a price alert that's there. I'm going to do nothing with it, and all my price alerts will be deleted in a few minutes anyways. And I'll go at a fresh set of price alerts tomorrow as things roll in on the races. And again, anybody with questions, let me know. I just want to take a look at some charts I've been interested in over the last few days. EURN, this was near all-time highs. So gap down, just kind of moving sideways for the day today after a nice run yesterday. What else? COMM. Just had a nice run on the daily chart here. Nice move, sideways. Nice move. Sold off yesterday sideways. Gapped up today, found support at 12, holding in this area here. So still looks like a good chart overall. It's a pretty significant area to get through right here. Gets through there, and you're looking at here and then here next. Good size float, 200 million in the float. So 6.5 short float, but the shorts are moving out. And just interesting, no real options volume in it, but good liquid. And like I said, it had a nice uptrend, and the volume increased on that uptrend. Radio and television, that's interesting. So we're not looking at its pharmaceutical, so we don't have to worry about a massive gap down. Although when I say that and I look here on the chart and look at that day, it's an ugly day right there. So it can happen with anything. I don't know. There's not a whole lot else that's going on. BIAF. Now, if you remember at the noon session, I was talking about this and I made this nice move up. And I said, we'll see what it does for the rest of the day. That's why I don't go chasing at the noon session. Look at that. If I had chased that, right, I would not be feeling too good about myself right now had I chased that up $6 plus. There's no way to go out on a day right there. And it happens, you know what I mean? But that's why my trading rules are what they are. The price alert went off at this price here. And did it have a nice little move afterwards? It did. But just isn't part of the trading plan. So how would I manage something that's not part of the plan, right? Let's see. So we're inside 8 minutes, 7 minutes on deck here for the markets to close, and continues to look mostly pretty bullish here. Put up some cues again. Not closing on the high, but pretty close. We'll look at the IWM in a minute. IWM really trying to close itself strong here. KHC warned this morning on an update that shares dropped to recover. Well, that's why I don't like people talking about my stocks. So Heinz Craft. No, just a lot of foolery out there, a lot of tomfoolery. Stocks in a downtrend overall. See a bounce. It's tough because, you look at this Heinz Craft, and I got to tell you, I saw it come through some scanners a few different times and thought about a position in it. People need food and all that stuff like that. But, I saw this here. And I thought, you've got a trend change possibly happening here. And I saw this, and I almost got in on one of these days back here. I didn't. Hindsight being 2020, I kind of wish I did. Would have taken a nice couple dollar ride. But I just said, I don't want to be a participator in this with the selling that had already begun at that point in the year. And I saw it again. I thought maybe we put a floor in here. I saw it here a couple of weeks ago. I guess it's more than a couple of weeks ago. It's a couple of months ago now. And here, and I just said, nah, the stock just stuck in the mud, stuck in a range. Zoom out a little bit. Yeah, stuck in a wicked range. Okay, what else? There's something that just popped in my mind and it completely flew out of it afterwards. So it's IMRA again, just can't do the $2 level here. I mean, it's up 65%, so. But we'll see if it jumps on some races tomorrow, if we can get back above back above that level, that $2 level. What about Party City? I don't think there's anything there for Party City, right? I mean, I don't know. I don't hate this chart, to be honest. And you put in a nice long range down here. Got this little curl up. Yeah, I don't, got a little gap here to try to fill. I don't hate this chart. I just wish the volume didn't decline like it would. But I mean, really liquid stock. Definitely worth keeping an eye on. GME earnings at close. Oh, good lord. Good lord. Yeah, GME earnings. That's funny. Todd, I would suggest you do this. Go to new docked channel bar. I'll give you one of these guys here and go to after hours. You could also, if you want to just load this here, I'll give you a scan that I made for racing after hours. I think it should be decent. I'll load it up as well. So let me find it first. Post-market racing, share, copy. So there's a post-market race, and I'll load this up. What the heck? Won't have data till the post-market, so get rid of this here. So SPY couldn't really close it out. So there's the close. And we'll see what happens with GME here. I gotta admit, I really just don't care. I want those stocks to go away really badly. But yeah, go ahead and check that out, Todd. Let me know what you think. I'm going to keep it up here too and just see what's happening with it. Oxy. Oh yeah, definitely a lot of liquidity in that stock. Chris, do you think airlines can rally or even? No, I don't. I think I think the jets is down because the world is hurting overall. So I don't think that, I think today it bounced like the market bounced. I think any rally they have will be because the market rallied, not because people are traveling and anything else. You have to remember that these airlines, they hedge, they buy, they buy fuel ahead of time at prices to lock stuff in and, cost cut. So a lot of it's just, fear headlines and nonsense. It's not that the price increases don't happen, as far as their operating costs and fuel, but they are not as volatile as the markets are themselves because they're constantly hedging and buying ahead of time. So, I don't foresee anything changing with the airlines for now. I mean, unless there's like an unbelievable traveling holiday season in the U.S., which I don't think is going to happen. Maybe I'm wrong. I've been wrong about a lot of things. Could be wrong about this one. Throw up a GME chart for fun here. So, I mean, no volume or anything coming into it yet, but we'll see. We'll see. So we'll just let that hang out for now. Let's continue to look at some of these other stocks here. So Oppenheimer, I don't know what that is, but nope. Nope. And more nope. And more. Amazing how so many of these stocks are in wicked downtrends. There's no volume in the last minute on this. So none of these things have volume at all yet. Heavy volume coming into the close. Some volume on the first minute into the post market, but that's it. Wow, look at this line that I randomly drew on the Jets, how it's lining up for almost every stock that I click right now. Another one of those IPO shenanigans. Again, if anybody has questions, I know I'm just kind of rambling here. Like I said, there's not much for me to go on. Market bounce, we kind of covered that. I didn't really trade today. There's not really anything. I covered the stuff that I was looking at, and none of it really materialized into much other than INDI. Much of this scan stayed the same way as was for the whole day. TBLT had this move, but I mean, was it 60 cents day? Here on this $2 stock that's all whippy, it's going to be a no for me. I have to say, this is probably the worst set of top 10 winners that I've ever seen from the scan in like 8 months, 7 months, something like that. There was some okay action on the top 10, some of the top 10 winners, but just okay. Literally, this, 600,000 shares traded for the day. That's not really tradable. No, I don't know what it is. They're just lackluster today. Everything's, RETA. I mean, yeah, it made a nice move, but, I got no excuse on this one. I probably started showing up on that scan around here, so there's a good move there. Sideways, and it probably showed up somewhere in here again or in here again. And a little move there. I can't really say a whole lot about that. Ape. Oh, please, just let this stuff go away. Ridiculous. What are these other stupid stocks doing? AMC was up a touch. GME back up again. So I mean, I don't know if they released or not, but I mean, there's that big topping shadow and bottoming shadow. I think we just came out of a holiday weekend. You've got, everybody coming, all the big, quote unquote, big players coming back to their desks after summer away or most of the summer away or whatever it is. So I think there's just a lot of feeling out the market right now. I do find it odd that there just wasn't more stuff really that much up from the open, considering the market had a big reversal today. Like I said, we gapped down even though it was slightly, and finished up 1.68% or so. Yeah, about 1.7% on the SPY. We finished up for the day, maybe a little more. 1.75%. Yeah, I saw it shoot through there, Benson. I saw it make this move here up to there, and then it pulled back, and I just couldn't get excited about this one. I don't like these big topping shadows like that. I don't like that stuff. But you can't argue this right here. It really just was, from the time it caught here, it just was a grinder this whole way up. So there's definitely, while it wasn't a huge dollar amount, there's definitely a trade in there. Some days are easier than others. So GME, I just, is there anybody that's really investing in this company? I mean, aren't they just kind of waiting to file bankruptcy at some point? I don't know. I'm, kind of thinking out loud here. All right, but you took some profits on it, right? So I mean, can't go wrong with a winning trade. Whoop, there's some volume coming in now. That's a move. There's some serious volume coming in. Whoa, whoa, Nelly. No, Play had earnings. So whatever that news would be, I don't know. But I'm pretty sure Play had earnings. So Play had earnings after hours today. And apparently those earnings are not well received to this point. That is a fairly good size bottoming shadow. Still curious that big move in GME. What's going to happen here? Sizable 1 minute volume on there. All right. I don't know if anything else. Pull up, get that earnings scan here. See if anything else earnings wise. Maybe a fat finger. It could be. I mean, I've heard stories of there's a lot of big funds out there, hedge funds and stuff like that, that can prop firms and things like that continue. They buy into GME to run it up to make people think it's moving, and then they pull the ripcord as soon as they see volume coming in. So, not exactly a very fair practice, but life is anything but fair. So CPRT, some after hours noise here for that. NIO. This is supposed to be like what, the Tesla of China, right? Yeah. Nasty downtrend. CASY. I don't know what you are. Grocery stores. Market didn't like that. There's GME. A lot of these earnings plays are selling off in the after hours here, so it's not great. That one's moving all right. A little bit of volume in there. Nice liquidity. Oof. That's a bad day right there. That's another bad day. Interesting. It must be, the same stock, but I don't know. Volume today, 116 shares. That's hysterical. I don't really know what that is. I don't know if it's some kind of preferred share. Yes. ASAN reported. Looks like positive report so far. What do they do? Project management, goal management, task management. Sounds like a nonsense company. So look at that. I mean, that's just nasty right there, right? Earnings, adios, and right back up. I mean, how do you trade that? Did they make a profit? I have no idea. I don't know what the earnings report is on it. We don't have instant data like that. I mean, you could, probably Yahoo might have it. You could do a web search in Yahoo for it. Okay, what I'm curious about with this is, why is GME not on this? What did I do wrong with this? Sorting on the change in the post market. This doesn't make sense to me. And there it is all of a sudden now. I don't know. Something's off. Something felt off on that. Yes, Michael Anthony, play ahead earnings. They just dropped earnings in the post market here. Interesting. I had a move and some volume involved in that move. Again, look at all these stocks. Look how many stocks we're looking at just have been in wicked downtrend since the end of last year, even before the actual market itself rolled over. Very interesting. Now I can go ahead and get rid of these price alerts now. Delete. Adios price alerts. Till tomorrow. Tiger. Those finance companies or something. So they just reported. They reported in the pre-market. It really seems like a no event, those earnings. Seems like a non-event. Base. Couch base. Some of these companies that I don't get it. American Eagle. Woof. Play still trying to keep positive from today's open. All right, where are you at, GME? So GME's hanging around here. It's a very sizable move for it here in the post market. Okay, well, that's that. Still some volume in ASAN here. Again, such a wicked down draw for all these stocks. So, all right, everybody. I think a lackluster day here. Not a lot to talk about. Oh, there goes IMRA in the after hours finally. Volume is still nuts. Just throw a message at Barry since he was the one that brought it to my attention. So, all right, I think I'll wrap up a little early today, folks. Just an odd day. I just want to end on that, at least in my view. We've got a pretty solid update from the overall market, and small caps really overall didn't participate quite the same. And it wasn't an easy battle on that upslope either. You know, we look at up, down, up, topping, shadow, topping and bottoming, shadow, topping and bottoming, whippy sideways, up move, ugly sideways, up move, and a whole bunch of shadows up and down on it. So I don't think so. I think today with the air, as I mentioned before, Michael Anthony, I guess you missed everything I said. I went off on a whole thing with the airlines, but I guess you missed it all. I don't think the airlines are going to do anything. I mean, if the market bounces, they'll probably bounce with it. But I don't think people aren't going to be traveling. People just came back from summer vacations all over the Northern Hemisphere. Everybody's going back to work. So, and businesses are not sending people to travel, period, right? That's not happening. And, so you'll be waiting for a holiday season to see if it's a busy holiday season or not. You get a busy holiday season, then I suppose. But airlines lock in energy prices way ahead of time. Airlines are not, I think it's a big misconception. Airlines are not affected by market volatility of energy like people think they are. They hedge, they buy fuel out at, through futures way ahead of time to lock stuff in. So, whoa. So I think this is that satellite company that Apple's doing some work with here. So this might be something you want to put in your cap. Weekly chart. Might be something to watch here. Interesting. So I'm not sure, Michael Anthony. I didn't see anything there that jumps out as me as an airline. So I'm not seeing anything. Nothing I see here, no. All manufacturing, information, retail, information, manufacturing, retail, accommodations and food, professional, scientific. Nope, nothing there. So everybody, that's going to be a wrap for me today. I do appreciate you popping in, all the questions and comments and interactions. I think Steve's here tomorrow, right? Tomorrow's Thursday. Yeah, I think Steve will be here tomorrow. So we'll see with that. Yeah, GSAT's open now. You can see it live right here. Trading right here. So I think they had something, they had a deal with Apple and whatever Apple announced today. So yeah, Steve will be, Barry will have this open tomorrow at 9. Steve will be here at the noon hour tomorrow. I'll be back at 3:30. Hopefully a little more action tomorrow for us to talk about, and we'll see if we can't get a nice little bounce and rally in the markets. It would be nice going forward. So, all right, everybody. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your Wednesday, wherever we are on the spinning globe we call Earth, and we will catch you back here tomorrow. Take care.